Hello guys, welcome to my YouTube channel. My name is Kobe and this is KaiTech Digital. In this video, we're going to learn how to create this beautiful website that you see over here. Now, this is a preschool or KG website, a kindergarten website. So if you are, into building this kind of website, then this is the video for you. Now, this website was built using WordPress. Okay, so we are not going to do any coding. All what we are going to do is we're going to use WordPress to be able to build this website for free. We're going to use WordPress and Elementor. So if you don't know how to use Elementor, then this is the right place, so that I'll show you how you can be able to use a drag and drop page builder or website builder to be able to build your website for free. Now, I'm going to take you through around how the website looks like, what you're going to get in creating this particular website. So what you're going to get is a header over here, this beautiful header over here. You can be able to showcase your logo, that is a website logo, or your organization or preschool logo over here. You're going to get all these menu actions over here, okay, and then also two buttons over here. Now if we scroll, you realize that the header becomes sticky, okay, changing color. I'm going to show you how you can be able to do all those things using this Elementor plugins that we're going to install. Now the next section we have is our hero section over here with a slider or a slideshow over here. Okay, so as you can see, we are showcasing some images from our school, and that is exactly what we're going to do. I'm going to show you how you can be able to do all these things. Now if you come down over here, we have the next section, which this section and this section talks more about our school, our preschool. Okay, so this is what a big brain school. It is a preschool or a KG school for small kids. Okay, so I'm going to show you how you can be able to do all these things. And then also when you come to our next session, you also discover more or how to enroll your child in our kindergarten over here. So as you can see, the steps that you're going to take, or it's going to be listed over here for you. And then when you come over here, it's kind of like what a call to action, something telling you how our school is and how you can be able to discover the excellence of what the school. Okay, so 50% of our students go to excel academically, and then also 50% of our students develop essential life skills. So I'm going to show you how you can be able to create all these things, and then a testimonial section over here. So how you can be able to display testimonial over here, I'll show you. And then we also have another section over here, which is also more or less like a call to action, displaying this image over here. And then you're going to have what this header with some text underneath, and then also two buttons, which is letting you learn more or enroll in the school, sign up in the school. And then we have the last section, which is a real call to action, which is telling you that admission is in progress, and then you have to enroll in the school. And then we also have what our footer over here. So the footer over here is a complete footer, very neatly designed, nice design, which matches our brand, the school brand, and other stuff. So I'm going to show you how you can be able to do this, okay, from scratch. Now this is what the home page. Now we have the admission page, we also have the facility page, we also have the events page, the gallery page, and then also the contact page. So this is the admission page. As you see over here, this is how it looks like. So we have admission form over here that you can apply online. Okay, so I'm going to show you how you can be able to create this form over here, and then also apply. Parents can be able to apply online for their kids. And then we also have the facilities. So the facilities page also showcase every facility that the school have. Okay, so all the facilities that the school have, parents want to know what are the facilities that your school is having, so that when my kids comes over there, what are they going to study, what are they going to do, which classrooms are they going to stay in, and all those things. So I'm going to show you how you can be able to showcase all your facilities over here, and then also talk about something small about the facility. So as you can see, you can be able to have your the gallery item name, and then a little bit about it. And then if you have a page dedicated to that particular facility, you can be able to click on this link, and then it will take you over there. So basically, I'm going to show you how you can be able to create these all pages. And then we also have another call to action, the same call to action over there. Now the next one is the event page. Okay, so the event page also showcases the events and activities of the school. So all past events and new events coming up, you can be able to showcase it over here. Okay, and that is what the events page. So if you have any Teachers Day, Carols Night, traditional day, all other events going on in the school, you can be able to showcase it over here. And then we also have the gallery also page. Now this gallery also showcase almost everything, or all the pictures about teaching, about classroom, about everything, everything that goes on in the school. Parents want to see more about the school before they can even enroll their children, whether it is fit for their students or not, their children or not. So basically we have a gallery page showcasing most of the pictures that you snap in the school over here. And then we also have these two buttons. One is enroll, which leads you to the admission page, and then that one is what contact us, which is also for our contact page. So for this one, we have our contact us page over here, and as you can see, you can be able to get this beautiful contact us page over here. Now I'll show you how you can be able to integrate maps and other stuff in your contact, and then also how you can be able to integrate the form, this beautiful form over here, into your contact page. Okay, so guys, this is what you're going to get. Now remember that this website is also mobile friendly. Okay, so when you view it in a mobile side, you're going to see that it is mobile friendly. Okay, it's not going to be messy in the mobile side over there. Okay, so this is how basically the website that we're going to create really looks like. So like I told you, my name is Kobe and this is Skytech Digital. Now what we need for this video to be able to go on is, like I said from the beginning, you need hosting, you need domain name, and then we install WordPress. I'm going to show you how you can be able to get all this once, and then also how we can start working on this particular website. So if you're new over here, please don't forget to like and subscribe to this channel, so that whenever we drop a video, you will come over here to watch. Now on this channel, all what we do is we do web design and digital marketing. Web design specifically, we are focusing on WordPress, how you can be able to use WordPress to be able to create your own website. So if you're a non-coder and if you are not techie savvy, then this website is for you, because over here all what we do is design. Okay, so we're going to use page builders to be able to build our website and then create an amazing website for ourselves for free. Now it costs a lot for you to be able to get a web designer to create a website for you. So if you are able to create websites on your own, then you realize that it is something you can be able to learn yourself. And if you can be able to learn yourself, then you save yourself tons and tons of money. Okay, so you're going to limit spending a whole lot of money giving it to others to create for you. But if you can create it yourself, then you're good to go. And that is why we do everything over here for free for you. But of course, if you can't do it and you still want us to do for you, then you need to hire us. Okay, now I want you guys to go ahead and then go to my Facebook page and follow me. Okay, so follow and like the Skytech over here. Okay, so this is our main page, our main Facebook page over here. Now the other one, Skytech Digital, has been taken over by Facebook. They closed my normal account, so there's no way I'm able to have access to that particular account again. But then if you want to follow Skytech Digital, please follow this particular page. Okay, I'm going to drop more videos on Facebook so that my Facebook people too also get content over here. So please follow this page, now I'll leave a link in the description so that you guys will go over there and then follow the page, follow and like the page. Okay, so now let's get into the video. Okay guys, so to be able to create a KG website or a preschool website, all what you need is a domain name, a hosting, and WordPress. So that is exactly where we're going to go ahead, and then I'll show you how you can be able to get all these things. So you need a domain name, a hosting, and WordPress. Now, to be able to get domain name, please, there is a link in the description. You can click on it, and then you can be able to go to the page that I'm going to give you, or you can also type in kitechdigital over here.com/Namecheap. Okay, so just type in kitechdigital/Namecheap, and then this Namecheap account or page will open for you over here. Now you can be able to get hosting at a cheaper price over here. You can also get domain name at what, as low as $5.98 for a year. Okay, over here. Now over here, all what you need to do is just search for the domain name that you want. So let's say we want to search for big brain preschool. Okay, so let's say we are searching for bigbrainpreschool.com, bigbrainpreschool.com. So this is the domain name that we want to look for. So we can click on search over here to be able to search for that domain and see if that domain is available for us to use. All right, so guys, as you can see, we're going to see if the domain is available or not. If it is not available, then we can go ahead and then also add some few things to it to make it available. So as you can see, bigbrainpreschool.com has been registered. So what we can do is we can just get a domain name which is not registered. So let's say we're going to add GH to it to make it like Ghana. Okay, so Big Brain Preschool Ghana is not registered. Okay, so I can be able to go ahead and get this domain name for myself. So you can add it to the cart over here. Okay, now it says what you can add Newcom 598 to it. So if you click over here, if you hover on it over here, it says new customers get a mighty.com domain for 5.98 with promo code Newcom 598. So just you can just click over here, or you can go ahead and then click on this one to add to cart, and then when you add the cart page, you can be able to check out with that promo code Newcom 598. Now as you can see over here, our domain name has been added to cart. Now what we want to do is we want to hover on this one and then hover or click on shared hosting over here. So we're going to go over here and then click on shared hosting, and then with the shared hosting we're going to pick our hosting that we want. So I'm going to pick this Stellar hosting over here, and as you can see over here, this is what our Stellar hosting that we're going to use. So with just 1.98 we can be able to get this particular hosting over here, and then if you want to buy it for a year, we will be able to get it at 22.88 USD. Okay, and this same hosting can be able to get you a domain name. You can get 3 websites. You can also get 20 gig SSD, 30 mailboxes, and then website builder. Okay, so you can be able to get these ones, and then the website that you're going to the domain name that they're going to give you is also .fun.host.online .site, .press .store .space. All these ones you can be able to get it for free. Okay, for free, and that is what the amazing thing. So you can go ahead and then click on get started over here, and then you choose, you connect your domain to it. So as you can see, we already have this domain in cart, so it is asking us to connect our domain. All what we need to do is we'll just click new domain over here, and then it will tell us where is the domain, and then it is already in cart. Okay, so now they will select this domain for us, and then we want it to build. How domain is built yearly over here. Okay, so you can go ahead and then just go ahead and click on add to cart over here to add the hosting also to your cart. So the hosting and the domain is added to cart, and as you can see over here, we have 33.34 USD. Now the amazing thing is you can add your promo codes over here. Okay, so if you're new, a new user or a new person over here, then this 10 USD you can reduce it to 5.98 or something USD by just typing in new com 598 over here, and then you apply it, and then this one will change for you. So you can go ahead, confirm your everything, and then go ahead to purchase your domain. Now if you purchase your domain, you can go ahead and install WordPress. If you don't know how to install WordPress, I'll leave a link in the description for you on how you can be able to install WordPress from your hosting or your cPanel, so that you can be able to go ahead and then follow this tutorial. For the sake of the longest of the tutorial, I want it to be short, so I'm just going to omit certain things, and then I've created videos and other stuff on that particular things. I'll leave links to you so that you can go ahead and then do what you have to do. So go ahead and buy this domain and hosting. Go ahead and also install WordPress. I'll leave links over there for you, and then come back and let's go ahead and continue creating the website from scratch. All right guys, so as you can see over here, I have gone ahead to install a new WordPress. So this is the 2024 theme from WordPress over here. So this is what a new theme installed. Okay, so this is how it looks like. So if you want to also go ahead, I want you to also go ahead and install WordPress, and then this is what you're going to get. So this is a new theme installed over here, and if you come over here and you look at the back end of it, this is a newly freshly installed WordPress website. So welcome to WordPress over here with the latest version. As at the time I am creating this video, it is 6.4.2 over here. So guys, as you can see, everything is new over here. Now what we are going to do is, first things first, we're going to do a cleanup. Okay, like I'll say a dashboard cleanup, and then also do some WordPress settings. Okay, so that is exactly what we're going to go ahead and do. So to be able to clean up my dashboard, first thing I'm going to dismiss this notice over here, and then I'll go to screen options, and then untick this things over here. So I want to remove everything from the dashboard, so I'm going to untick this one, and as you can see, I have a completely clean dashboard over here. Now the next step that I'm going to do is to go to settings over here and go to general. So I want to give my website a name and also do some few WordPress settings. So to be able to give my website a name, as you can see, this website name is Big Brain. Okay, Big Brain, and it says the best start for every child. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here, and then I'll say Big Brain. So I'm going to use this one, and then it also says the best start for every child. Okay, the best start for every child. Now if this is your WordPress address, okay, so make sure that you don't touch these two things. Please do not touch these two things, because if you touch it, it will affect your main website, and then it will conflict with your your configurations in the cPanel. So please don't touch it, just leave it. And then also you can go ahead and then set your administrative email, but if you change this email over here, you have to confirm it, okay, in your inbox. And then also, if it is a membership website, you can take this one and say anyone can register. Now also new registration default role will be what you choose over here. So there are a lot of roles over here. Okay, so how would you want it to be? So we're gonna say it is subscriber. And then we also have the site language. So if your site language is maybe French, make sure that you choose French over here. And then we also have time zone. So the time zone, you can choose your time zone. So I'm gonna look for maybe Accra. Okay, so I'm gonna look for Accra over here. I'm gonna choose this time zone. And then the date format, the time format, the week start on, everything. So you choose, if your week start on Tuesday, make sure you choose Tuesday. But I'm gonna save it because everything is okay for me. All right, so I have saved my general settings. Now if I go over here and I refresh the website, you realize that the site name will change. Okay, so as you can see, the site name changed to Big Brain, and if you look over here to it, that's it has changed to Big Brain, and that is it. Now let's go to the next one, which is permalinks. Okay, so the next one that we're going to go is we want to change the permalinks. Now as you can see, the permalink is the link structure. Okay, how the WordPress or your site link is structured. Okay, so we want the permalinks for SEO purposes. We want the link structure to be what, to be clean. Okay, and so that it matches our posts and our pages that we create. So what we're going to do is we're not going to choose any of this one. We're going to go straight to post name over here and then set it up to what, post name, so that our structure will be, our permalink link will be what, will be slash the either the page name or the post name that we create. And then if you are done with it, just click on save changes over here. All right guys, so now that we are done with it, what is the next step for us to go? Now we've done this the settings and we are good to go. So the next step that I want to do is to go ahead quickly and then secure my website. Now website security is one thing that I don't joke with, okay, because somebody can, you know, hack into your website and then take control of your website, and you cannot even go to the administrative side of the website. Even if they don't have you know, your password and other stuff, you cannot even enter the admin side, because if they inject some codes and block your administrative side, you can't go over here, you can't come the dashboard over here. So I don't joke with website security, and that is why I always do it first before I do everything that I want to do. So first of all, I'm going to go over to plugins over here and then click on add new, because I want to install a new plugin which will secure my website. So as you can see over here, my website says I should log in, so I'm going to log in and then come back again. All right guys, so I have been able to log in, and what I want to do is I want to go ahead and then install a plugin. So like I told you, just hover on plugin over here and then click on add new plugin. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over here and then just go ahead and then search for Wordfence. So we're going to search for Wordfence, and then we're going to install Wordfence over here, and then we're going to click on activate. Now Wordfence is a security plugin which helps secure your website from you know, from attack from other sources. Okay, so you know, people are just intruding into people's privacy and other stuff. So if you don't secure your website well, people will just flood into it and then attack it with any malicious code or other stuff. So you need to always make sure that you always secure your website. So what we are going to do is I'm going to click over here to click on install, and then it will tell me to what, install to, you know, use a license key and other stuff. Okay, but I don't have a license key, so I'm going to click over here and say get new license key. All right, so it will direct me to this place. Now I don't need to you know, buy anything over here. I'm just going to go for the free version, which I'll say get a free license key, and then I'll say I'll use I'm not going to, you know, use real-time protection for now, so I'm going to wait for 30 days before the real-time protection. So I'm going to click over here, and then it will tell me to add my email address. So I'm just going to go in and add my email address. All right guys, so I'm going to add in my email address over here. So this is my email address that I'm using. I'm going to click on yes, and then I'll click on yes, I have read, and you know, blah blah blah, and just click on register over here. So they said I should check my mail, so I'm going to go ahead and check my email address. So I'm going to refresh this one over here and see if I have a new mail or not. All right, so as you can see, Wordfence have sent me a mail over here. I'm going to go ahead and open it, and then as you can see, I have this mail over here which says install Wordfence license. So you can click over here to install it automatically, but I'm going to install it manually. So I'm going to copy this you know, license key and then come here. So I'll go back to my my plugins or my website and then put my email address over here, and then come back and copy my license key from this side. So I'm going to copy this license key and then put it over here, and then I'll go ahead and say yes, and then I'll see what I've read and click on install. All right, so guys, the free license has been installed. We can go ahead to the dashboard. Okay, so this is the Wordfence dashboard. I'm going to close this one. This is how the dashboard looks like. Okay, so now before we even go ahead, I want us to manage the firewall. Okay, so which is very, very important. So I'm going to go over there and then click on manage firewall over here, and then I'm going to go ahead and then click on optimize the you know, the Wordfence. So I'm going to optimize the Wordfence firewall. So I'm going to click on this one. It will tell me to download my HCSS. So I'm going to click on it to download it, which is, you know, how do you call it, like a precautional thing, okay, because they're going to add some codes into your HTSS, so they want you to download for backup sake in case you know, something happens to your website. You can go to your cPanel, and then the one that you downloaded, you can just, you know, replace it with the old one over there. So I'm going to click on continue, and as you can see, installation successful. I'm going to click OK, and then I have my, you know, my firewall optimized. Okay, so I can go down over here and then do some few settings. So I'm going to go to firewall options over here. If you want, you know, to take this one, make sure you read it very carefully, but I'm going to you know, untake this one. So if you want to block some IPs or countries, you know, you can list the IPs over here. Okay, and then over here, this is where also it is very interesting. It says what? Immediately block IPs that access this URL. So these ones are very, very important to me. Now there are some people going around accessing some, you know, URLs in your website. You know, some of the files have their own links and other stuff, and people know those links and they access it. So I want to block those things. So what I want to block first is what? XRM, or is it XRM PLC, or yeah, I want to check it first because XML, yeah, XML PRC. Okay, yes, so this is what, this is the one that I want to block. Okay, so I want to block access to this one so that hackers will not be able to get access to this one. So to be able to block it, I'll just add a slash over here, and then I'll what, it will be that. Then the second one is also slash wp config file. So the wp config file.php is a file which people also what, access it very well. So you can add more files to it if you want to. Okay, but for me, these two files are very, very important to me. And then maybe you know, slash ATSS file also .xml. So these are also files that people also what, access. Okay, so the ATSS file, the wp config file, the config file, the XML PRC file. Okay, these are the files that I feel like I always want to block people from accessing. And then also ignore IPs. So if you want to ignore some IPs, you can put it over here. Now let's go down over here, and then we also have brute force over here. So log out after how many login failures? So after maybe 20 login failures, you log them out, but I'm not going to give that 20 chance. I'm going to just give 3. Okay, log out after how many forgot password? So after just 3 forget password, and then count failures after the time period. So you can count it. Okay, so after some time period, you can what, count the failure. I'm going to leave it as 4 hours over here, and then amount of time user is logged out. So you can what, you can log them out for 24 hours. Okay, if you want to, of a whole day over here, they should be logged out. Okay, and then immediately log out invalid usernames. Yes, I want to immediately log out invalid usernames. So what are the invalid usernames? See, a lot of people would like to enter user. Okay, I want to log them out. Maybe admin, I want to log them out. Administrator, I want to log them out. Maybe root, I want to log them out. So whoever uses this kind of, even the admin, I can spell it wrongly and log them out. Whoever uses you know, this usernames will be logged out. So administrator. Okay, yeah, I think I wrote the wrong thing, so I'm going to close this one. So whoever, you know, enter this wrong, this usernames will be logged out, and that is it. Now you can go ahead and check in all the other things. So rate limiting, allow listed URLs. Okay, so all of them, you can be what, you can be able to do this. So which URLs do you want to allow? You can, you know, set them over here. So if everything is okay for you, just click on save changes over here to save your changes. All right, guys, so as you can see, our you know, our firewall have moved from 35% to 55%, meaning that we have really secured our website more than half, okay, which is enough. So now I think we are ready to go. And then install the other plugins that we need for this website. Now the next one that we need to do is to install a theme. Okay, so as you can see over here, this website is using the 2024 theme. If you go to themes over here, you see that the website is using the 2024 theme over here. This is the one which is active. Okay, so I'm going to click on no over here. So this is the only ones which are what really active over here. This one, okay, but I'm going to delete this one because I don't need it. I'm going to delete this one, and then I'm also going to delete the 2022 theme. I don't need it. So only this one which is active, and this one I'm not going to use. This one I'm going to use a theme called the hello theme. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click over here to add new theme. I'm going to use the hello Elementor theme. Okay, so that is what I'm going to use for my website. So as you can see, this is the hello Elementor theme. If you look at the details over here, it have almost 5-star rating, which is very compatible with Elementor. Okay, because it was created by I'm sure it is the Elementor people that created this theme. Now the reason why we are using this theme is we want everything that we're going to do be smooth and nice for us, because we are using Elementor to build our website. We're going to build header, we're going to build footer, so we want the theme that is very compatible with all the things that we're going to do, and that is why we are using the hello Elementor theme. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on install to install the theme, and then when it is installed, we're going to activate the theme. So we click on activate also to activate our theme. All right guys, so now that our theme is installed and activated, now I can go ahead and delete this particular theme. So I'm going to go ahead and then click on delete. Okay, now if we go to our site over here and we refresh this particular website, as you can see, this is how the theme now looks like, because we've deleted their previous theme over here, and this is the only thing that we have on it. We don't have anything. So as you can see, it says that the best start for every child, and then it only have one post, which is let me close this particular one over here. Only have one post, which is in our post over here, which is the hello world post. Okay, so for that one, I'm even going to close trash it. So I'll click on trash over here to trash that particular post. I'm going to go to trash and delete it permanently. So I'm going to click over here to delete it permanently. All right, so now if I go back over here, click on refresh, I'm not going to have anything over here. So all what I have is my website name, my slogan, or slogan here, and then the archive page title, which doesn't have anything over there. So guys, this is what we have. Okay, and we want to turn it into this beautiful content over here. Okay, and that is exactly what we're going to do. So to be able to do that, we're going to go over here to the dashboard, and then what we're going to do is we have to install some plugins. Okay, so we're going to install some few plugins, 1 2 3 4 5 plugins. Okay, so these 5 plugins or 6 plugins, so the other one will be for our contact. Okay, so 6 plugins. So these 6 plugins should be able to help us to be able to create what we want to create. Okay, so that is all what we are going to do. So our next step is to install our page builder plugin, our header and footer builder plugin, some few plugins for other to add the functionality of our Elementor page builder. Okay, and that is exactly what we are going to do. So let's go ahead and add those plugins to it. All right guys, so to be able to install plugins, we need to go to hover on plugins over here and then click on add new plugins. So just hover on plugins over here and then come down over here and then click on add new plugins. So we're going to click on add new plugin and then go ahead and then install plugins. So the first plugin we're going to install is Elementor. So we're going to search for Elementor, and then as you can see over here, this is Elementor website builder, more than just a page builder. So this is the website builder, or the plugin that we are going to use to build our whole website. So as you can see, you have over 5 million plus active installation, meaning that people are interested in it, almost 5-star rating, which is very good. So we're going to click on install now, and then we click on activate to activate the plugin. Now Elementor is going to take you through some onboarding process, onboarding steps. If you want to go ahead with it, fine, but I'm not going to go ahead with it. I'm just going to click on this one to close the onboarding process. Now of course, Elementor is a free. They have Elementor free and Elementor Pro. So if you want the Elementor Pro, I'll leave a link in the description for you, and then you can be able to go ahead and then install Elementor over there. So if you type in Kitech Digital, kitechdigital.com/Elementor, you're gonna see that you'll be redirected to the Elementor's website over there, and then you can choose either their WordPress hosting plans, or you can go ahead, hover on their product over here, and then go to the page builder plugin, and then you can be able to choose your your price that you want to use. So as you can see, this is it. This is the the page builder plugin over here. You can go ahead and then check their page builder pricing over here. Just check the pricing and everything over there. As you can see, you can pick the right price for you. We have $59.99, $199, and then $399. All of them are very, very good. Now you can get so many pro widgets, 50 plus pro widgets for one website. And if you are building lots of websites, if you are an agency or if you are a company, you're building lots of websites within a year, then I advise you to go for the expert plan, which will have you about 25 websites, or you go for the agency plan, which will have you for about $399. You get it for $399, then you get 1,000 websites to build. Okay, so within a year, if you're building more websites, then go for the $399, and then you'll be able to get so many advanced things to do with it. So over here, you can get the premium support, 82 pro widgets, theme builder, dynamic content, form builder, pop-up builder, custom code and CSS, e-commerce features, and then collaborative notes. Okay, so you can be able to do all these things with Elementor Pro. So without much said, let's go back to our website and then continue over there. So now that we have our Elementor installed, now we are doing everything for free over here, so we're not going to buy the Elementor Pro. But like I told you, if you need it, you can just use the link in the description to buy it over there. Now as you see over here, we have one plugin installed, which is Elementor Page Builder or Elementor Website Builder, that we're going to use to build our whole website. So the next one that we're going to also do is to also install some few other plugins. Okay, so we're going to go hover on plugins over here, click on add new, and then go ahead to install the other plugins that we want to install. So the next plugin I want to install is Elementor. So we're going to go ahead and install Elementor Header and Footer Builder. So yes, this is the one that we want to install. Okay, Elementor Header and Footer Builder. Just click on install now to install that plugin. Okay, so now that it is installed, we can go ahead to install the next one, which is also essential add-ons for Elementor. So essential add-ons. So go ahead and install this one, which says essential add-ons for Elementor. So we also need that one. We're going to click on install now to install it. All right, so our next one also is sticky header effect for Elementor. So sticky header effect for Elementor. So this plugin will also help us to get sticky header. Okay, so after creating our header with header and footer builder, we need the sticky header to make the header sticky, so that when somebody scrolls, the header will be sticky. Now we're going to click on install over here. Now we are just installing, we are not activating. Later on we'll activate all of them together. And then the last one, or the last but one that we're going to install is apply now, or apply online. So it's also kind of like a form builder which helps you. So as you can see, apply online, application form builder and manager. Okay, so we're going to use this plugin to manage our application. So if you go over here and go to admissions over here, you see that we have application form over there, and we need that builder, that plugin. So this is the form that I'm talking about. We need that plugin to be able to help us create this kind of a form. So we install this one. Okay, and then the last one is what? Contact. So we're going to install a contact form. Okay, so that is exactly what we're going to install. We're going to install just a contact form to help us, build our contact form. So you can either install Forminator, or you can either install contact form. Okay, or you can even install contact form 7. Okay, so the WP forms, any one that you want to install, it is okay for me. Okay, but I'm going to just go ahead for simplicity's sake. I'm going to go for contact form WP forms from contact form from by WP forms. Okay, so that is exactly what this particular plugin. I'm going to just install this one. All right, so now that we have all these plugins installed, and we can go to installed plugins. So over here, you see on the left hand side over here under plugins, we have installed plugins. Click on it, and we're going to see all the plugins that we have on the website over here. Okay, so all the plugins that we have installed, we are going to see it over here. Now some of them we can delete them. For instance, the Akismet, and then the Hello Dolly. We can just go ahead and then click on bulk actions, and then click on delete all of them. Click on OK to delete those two plugins. So now that those two plugins are deleted, I'm going to take this one. I'm going to also take this one, essential add-ons, because you have another steps that you need to take. I don't want to activate it now. I will activate all the rest before I activate the essential add-ons. I'm going to also take this one, and then also this one over here. So I'll click on this one over here, and then click on activate to activate it, and then click on apply over here to activate the plugins that we have checked. All right guys, so now that all of them are activated, it left with only essential add-ons that we need to activate. So I'm going to just click on activate over here to activate essential add-ons plugin. All right guys, so after activating essential add-ons, it will bring you to this side. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and click on next. If you want to just check all of them, you can do so. It depends on you. I'm going to go to next over here. I'm going to go to next, just next, click on next, and then I'll say no, don't count me in, and then it says congratulations, we are done. Okay, so everything is done, everything is okay. Now later on, if you want to activate some of the add-ons, you can go to element over here, and then if you want to enable all of them, you can just click over here to enable all of them and click on save settings. So you realize that all the free ones will be enabled for you. Now these are all add-ons that we will use when we want to create a better website with Elementor. So you get to know what I'm talking about when we get to Elementor page builder. Okay guys, so now we have almost everything done. The only thing left for us is when we go to the dashboard over here, you realize that it says what ApplyOnline plugin is just installed. Click here for settings and dismiss notice. So we're going to click here for its settings, and as you can see, you can do all the settings that you want to do, but for now we're not going to use it. Now when we are in the admission side, then we'll be able to go ahead and then use it. So I'm going to leave it as it is. Now what we're going to focus on is our header and footer. So the first thing that we're going to deal with is let's go to the home page so that you see what I'm talking about. We're going to deal with our header and then our footer. So we're going to deal with this header over here, and then also this footer that you see over here. This is exactly what we want to focus on. So to be able to focus on it, now we remember that we installed a plugin called header and footer builder. So if you go to plugins over here and click on installed plugins, you realize that you see the header and footer builder, Elementor header and footer builder. This is the plugin that we are talking about. So to be able to use it, we can click on settings over here, or you can hover on appearance. Okay, and that appearance, you're going to get header and footer builder over here. So guys, we don't have any header, we don't have any footer. Okay, so we want to use this to build our own header and footer. So to do that, we click on add new over here, and then it's going to ask you some few questions. You can decide to skip or to just reply to it. So I'm going to just skip this one, and then as you can see over here, we said we should add our title over here. So I'm going to say this one is what, header for me, and then over here I can choose the template that I want. So I'm going to use header template. So it is what, header. So the display on, where do you want it to display? I want it to display on the entire website, but of course you can display the header in different web pages. Okay, but I want this one to be displayed on the entire website. And then the user roles, which user roles do you want them to see this particular header? Everybody. I want everybody to see this one. Okay, enable layout for Elementor canvas template. So if you want this header to be on Elementor canvas, then you can take this one, but I want Elementor canvas to be its canvas. Okay, so that is it. So after that, we're going to click on publish over here to publish the header that we just created. Now we have created an empty header, a header with nothing in it. So if you go to our website over here and we refresh, I'm sure we're not going to see any header. So as you can see, the header is now gone. So we just have what we have, the archives over here, and then we also have our footer. Okay, and that is it. Now that we've created our header which have nothing in it, now we can go ahead and click on edit with Elementor to design our header over there. So now let's go ahead and then design our header. All right guys, so we're going to go ahead and click on edit with Elementor over here. So I'm going to click on it. All right guys, so this is Elementor over here, and as you can see, we have this pop-up that shows over here. So I'm going to just reduce the screen a little bit so that I will see what it is written underneath, so I can either skip it or not. So as you can see, I can be able to either close it or just continue. So I'm going to just close this one over here. Now as you can see, this is Elementor over here, and this is how Elementor works. Okay, so Elementor is just a drag and drop page builder that you can be able to use it to build any page that you want, but at the same time you can be able to also use it to build our header and our footer. So basically it is just like a website builder. Okay, so that is exactly what we're going to do over here. So this, what you see over here, is a navigator over here, so meaning that any section that I create, it's going to appear over here. So for instance, if I want to create something, I'm going to use containers. Okay, so the layout is all going to be containers. So if I click on this plus icon, which is the plus container icon over here, I can be able to select any container structure that I want. So let's say I want this container structure over here, and if I select it, you see that it comes, or it shows over here. Okay, so this is basically the navigation, or the navigator, that will let me be able to navigate through the containers or the sections that I have created. So that is with this one. So I'm going to close this one over here. Now if I need it, I can come over here and click on this one, and it will still come this side. So you can also drag it and drop it anywhere you want it, or you can even just make it be just like this place if that is what you want. So I'm going to just close this one. Okay, now I'm going to also close this container. So what we are going to do is, so as you know, Elementor, if you don't know what Elementor is, like I told you, it's just a drag and drop page builder. And also these are the widgets or the elements that you're going to use to build your page, your footer, your header, everything. Okay, so these are widgets, and they are, some are free, some are pro. Okay, so remember that we install essential add-ons. Now these essential add-ons, these are all 8 add-ons, okay, that you can be able to help you build your Elementor page easily as you want it. We also have the ones which are logged. These are all pro versions which you need Elementor Pro. So like I told you, if you need Elementor Pro, I'll leave a link in the description for you. You can use it to get more add-ons for Elementor Pro. And so without much said and done, now what you're going to do is just drag a widget from here, and then place it wherever you want. Now as we go on, you will see. Okay, so we're going to build this header as you see over here. Now this header is in, let's say, 3 parts or 5 parts. So this is first part, and this this navigation over here is the second part. This one is also a button, which is the third part, and this one is also what, the fourth part. So like 4 parts. Okay, so that is exactly what we're going to do. Now before we even do that, we need to get navigations for our website. Okay, so we have to go back and then create navigation so that it will reflect in what we are going to do over here, so that we can use it. Okay, so we need to create menu. So I'm going to go to the dashboard once again, and then go back and then create menu, and then create some pages, all the pages that we're going to use, and then we will be able to create what we want. So I'm going to create the home page, the about page, the services page, the facilities, the events, the gallery, and then we also create the contact. So we're going to create about 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 pages. Okay, so let's go back to the home page. I'm going to just hover on this one which says add over here. Okay, and then maybe I'll just ignore this one and go straight over here and go to menus. Okay, so I'm going to click on menus over here because I want to create a menu. Now in a literal sense, a menu is just with a list of prepared dishes, and a menu is also list where it will navigate you through so many places. So on a website, the menu navigates you to the places that you want to go. Okay, so that is exactly what we are going to do. So we're going to create our first menu, which is the main menu, okay, or the primary menu. So what I'm going to call it is the primary menu over here, and then I'm just going to locate it on the header. Okay, or I can just ignore it over here and then just click on create. All right, so now that I've created a menu over here, now I need to add some items to it. Now as you can see, there are no items over here. The only item we have is the home page and then the sample page. Okay, and that is all. But we need all these pages to be added to our menu. So what we're going to do is we're going to create pages. So we go over here, hover on pages over here, and then click on add new page. So we're going to create the home page first. We're going to create the about page. We'll create the admissions page, the facilities page, the events page, gallery page, and then contact page. Okay, so we create all these pages and then make sure that we have them, and then we can go ahead and create our menu. All right, so this is how the page, WordPress page, looks like. So you give a title, and then you can write anything that you want to write. But as you know, we are using Elementor to create our pages. So what we're going to do is we're just going to give a title to our page alone, and then later on we use Elementor to edit the page. So what I want to do is I want to click on this 3 dots over here, and then exit from the the full screen. So as you can see, this is just a full screen. I can't see my menus over here, so I want to just exit and then use not the full screen to be able to use. So you click on this 3 dots over here and then click on full screen mode, and you can see it has been able to exit us from the full screen mode. Okay, so basically that is it. So let me just add my title over here and say maybe this is the home page. Okay, so this is my home page. I'm going to click over here to create my home page. All right, so my home page is created. Now I can go ahead and click on this one again, which says add new page, to also create then a new page, which is the about page that we're going to create. All right, so I'm going to create about us, or just about, and click on publish. Now remember that I'm just creating the pages, I'm not designing the pages. Okay, later on we'll design all those pages step by step. And then the next one too is I want to create the admissions page. From there we go to facilities, events, and then gallery. So we go to admissions. Am I spelling the admissions correct? So it's double S, right? This one is double S, and then admissions. Okay, so I'm just going to publish this one also. All right, then I'll go to the next page, which is also what page is that? The facilities page. Okay, so I'm going to create the facilities page, facilities, and then I'm going to just click on publish. All right, I'm going to create the events page. So from event we go to gallery, and then we go to contact us. So events, and then I'm going to click on publish, and then the next one is gallery. So event gallery, and I'm going to click on publish, and then the last one is the contact us page, or the contact page. All right, so I'm going to name it contact, and I'm going to go ahead and click on publish. Okay, so now that I have my pages set up, now I have my pages set up. Okay, so as you can see, I have these pages set up. I can go ahead and create my menu. So I'm going to hover on appearance over here, and then come and then click on menus. And as you can see, guys, all the the pages are listed over here. So I'm going to go over here, and then search for the pages that I created. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select all and then add to menu. All right, so this is a custom link which I don't really like, so I'm going to remove this one from there. I'm going to remove this one also, which is a sample page. So I'll remove this one, and then I'm going to rearrange it the way I want it. So I want the home. Now basically, if you see over here, I did not bring the home over here because I don't even want it to have like something like a home over here. So we can go ahead and even remove the home from it. So remove it. Then we have about us, admissions, contact will come after gallery, but even the contact is a button, so I'm going to remove it from here. I'm going to have about us, facilities, events, and gallery. Okay, these are the main one that we're going to have, and then I'm going to say it is what, a header. Okay, so I'm going to just save it. Okay, so guys, I've saved it. Now I want to create another also menu. So the next menu that I want to create is the mobile menu. Okay, so this is the primary menu. I want to create the mobile menu, so I'll click on create a new menu over here, and then I'll name it mobile menu. Okay, so I'm going to name it mobile menu over here, and I'm going to say create. All right, so with the mobile menu, I'm going to also go ahead and add, select all and add. Then I'll remove some of them from it. All right, so I'm going to remove this one, which is a custom link. I'm going to remove this one, which is also a sample page, and I'm going to drag this one upwards. Admissions, I'm going to bring contact below. I'm going to bring facilities up like this. So I'm going to have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Okay, so this is what quite okay for me, and I'll just click on save. Now make sure that you don't take anything over here. If you don't see any mobile, don't take anything over here. I'm going to just click on save. All right, so that is what our mobile menu, which is also what fixed. Okay, so guys, now we have the two menus that we've created, our mobile menu and then also our primary menu. So we are done. Now we can go back over here and then just click on refresh to refresh the page. I'm going to reload the page so that all the changes that we've done on the website will be able to reflect in Elementor. All right, guys, so now that we've refreshed the page, now we can go ahead and then create our header. So I'm going to click on this plus icon, and as you can see over here, this our header have 1 2 3 4. Okay, so I'm going to use this for structure over here, or you can decide to just use the first column or this directional. I'm going to use this or directional row column over here. Okay, I'm going to use this one, and then what I'm going to do is I'm inside this one also I can add some things in it. So I'm going to add a container in this one. So I'm going to push another container inside the main container. So this is how it's going to be like, and then with this main container, I can decide to divide it or duplicate it into two. Okay, so I have this one, which I'll change it from box to full width, and then I'm going to give it like a 25 over here. And then I have this one also, which I can change it from box to full width, and then give it 25 will be 75. So I'm going to give it 75. So as you can see, this is how it's going to be like. Now I can also decide to change this one from 75 to, let's say 50, or let's say 45. Okay, so 45 over here, and then I'll duplicate this one over here, also duplicate this one, and then instead of 45, I'm going to give it so 15, and then duplicate this one also, and then also give it 15. So we have what, 25, 15, 15, which is what 25, 15, 15, which is 55, and then we have 45, making 100. Okay, so the reason why we are doing it this way is this one will house our logo, website logo, like this particular one over here. And then if you come to this place, it's also going to have house our menus. Okay, so our menu, and then this one will be our first button, this one will be our second button. Okay, so exactly as we want it. Now over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just click over here and then search for site logo. Okay, so I'm going to search for site logo, and then make sure that I drag in the site logo over here. So if there is no site logo, don't worry, maybe we can search for logo and see if you're going to have what logo over there. So as you can see, this is what the site logo. Okay, now initially this is what we're going to use, but because this one is a premium thing, we're going to use the header footer builder to be able to create it. So we're going to drag in this one over here. So as you can see, this is what our site logo, but we don't have any site logo. Okay, so there is no site logo on the website. So that is how you see it this way. So let me just update this one over here, and then go back and then just upload a site logo for it. So to be able to upload a site logo, what we have to do is we have to go to appearance and click on customize. So I'm going to click on customize over here, so that will take us to the customization section of our website. All right guys, so let's go to site identity over here. Okay, so we're going to click on site identity, and as you can see, we can select our logo. So click on select logo over here, and I do not have any images over here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I have all the images that I'm going to use for the website over here. Now I can go ahead and then upload them if I want to. Okay, so I'm going to just select all of them over here, and then just drag all of them into the website, so that I'll upload all of them into the website, so that I don't have to be going here and there looking for images that I'm going to use for the website. Now of course, if you want these images, I'll leave a link in the description for you guys, so that you can go ahead and then download the images and use for your website. All right guys, so I've been able to upload all the images into the website, and what we're going to look for is the logo. Okay, so we're going to just select our website logo. So this is the one that we're going to look for, and then just click on select. So it will tell us to crop the logo if you want to. Now I'm not going to crop it, I'm just going to skip it. So I'm going to leave it as it is. So as you can see, this is how our logo looks like. Okay, so we have our logo on the website over here, and that is exactly what we want. So we can go ahead and publish it. Now after getting our logo, we want our site icon. Now the site icon is the one that shows over here, the small one over here, and we're gonna select that one also. So we're gonna choose this one over here, and then we locate where our site icon is. So this is our site icon, so I'm going to click on it, and then I'm going to click on select over here. Of course, it will also tell us to crop it if you want to. I'm just going to say crop, just like the way it is. Okay, and then it will be done. So as you can see, we can see our site icon over here. So I'll also publish this one, and that is all that we will do over here. So we can close this one, the customizer side, and I'm going to go back to my header. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to refresh the header. And as I refresh the header, you see that we have the logo showing over here nicely. Okay, so basically that is it. So we have our logo over here. Now we can click on this pencil icon or pen icon over here, and then if you want to use a custom image, you can choose this one over here and then select the image that you want to select. But if you don't want to use a custom image, then I think the logo is quite okay. You can let it remain over here. Now the next thing that I also want to do is, now of course you can align the logo anyhow you want it. I want to align it left, and then if you want a caption for it, if you want to set it to a custom link, but I want it to be a default link. The default link is the home page link. Okay, so that is quite okay. Now the next one is the second container over here. Now with this one, we're going to use it for our menu. Okay, so our navigation. So I'm going to just click on the plus over here, and then on the left hand side, which is the elements panel or the widgets panel, what I'm going to search for is navigation. So I'm going to search for navigation over here, and as you can see, we have the navigation menu for from header, footer, and then we also have what simple navigation from essential add-ons. Okay, so these two ones, we can choose any one that we want. So I'm going to choose this one, which is the simple navigation over here, and as you can see, this is what we get. Okay, this is what we're going to get. So if I come over here, it's going to be something like this. Okay, now our simple navigation, it's automatically selected our menu, which is the mobile menu. Now we're going to choose it to our primary menu over here. So this is exactly what we want. Now you can choose your preset. So we look through it, the ones that we think is okay for us, and then we can choose it. Okay, so I think this one is quite okay for us. Okay, so this looks similar to what we are having. Okay, looks similar to this particular one. The only thing we need to do is just style it the way we want it. So we're going to go to style over here. Okay, we're going to go to style over here, and then with the background, we will just make it a transparent background, so that it's not going to have any background. So as you can see, this is how it looks like. Okay, yeah, very, very nicely done. Now I think we are good over here. We are good to go. Let me just expand it for you to see. So this is how it's going to look like. Okay, so if we can just click over here and then stretch, instead of box, we can make it like a full width. Okay, if we make it a full width, then we're going to have it this way. Okay, as you can see, everything is showing perfectly well the way we want it. So let's go over here, and then you can just manage or style the menus and change the font and other stuff that we're going to use. Now to be able to know the font that I use over here, let me just go to this place and then select what font over here, and then as you can see, I use Quicksand. Okay, Quicksand is the one that I use mostly in all the the website. Okay, so I used Quicksand in all the website. Everything that I did was using Quicksand. Now that font is kind of like a nice font for a kindergarten website, and that is why I used that one. So I'm going to go over here and then change this the main menu or the top level menu over here. I'm going to change the typography to Quicksand. Okay, so I'm going to just change it to Quicksand. I'm going to select Quicksand over here, and then I'll change the size to, let's say, 17. Okay, so 17 is okay. And then if I want to make it a little bit bolder, I'll just make it like 700 over here, which is quite okay. So if you look at it, well, it is what it is quite okay. And then I can be able to change my colors to over here. So with the colors also, we can pick, use this color picker over here and then pick our color. So I'm going to use this color mostly throughout. Okay, so this is a color for the logo, and that is what I want to use throughout. So 4C1765. So I'm going to copy this one and then just search for text and then put it over there, so that I'll know that that is what I want to use for my website. So this is my main color, which is the violet color. Okay, so the violet color that I'm going to use. So I also use, if you go over here, you realize that yeah, the violet color is one of the colors that run through a lot. And then I also use this particular color, which is more or less like a reddish color, which is over here. Okay, so I'm going to use that one also. Basically, I think the violet color is the one that runs through a lot. Okay, so that is exactly what we are going to do. So I'm going to also copy one of the colors over here. So this one, yeah, this color, yeah, I'm going to copy this one also. I'm going to copy this one also. Come over here, select this one and paste it and make it like red. Okay, and then the next one is what color? Let me see. Yeah, this is just a normal black color. Okay, so it's quite okay for me. I can decide to know how to deal with it. So as you can see over here, what we can do next is either fix our colors first before we move on. So I'm going to just update this one over here, and then so that we can be able to just select the colors and other stuff. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to click on this icon over here and then go to site settings over here. So I'm going to go to site settings, and then as you can see, we can choose our global colors and other stuff. So I'm going to go to global colors, and our primary color we can choose what we want. So our primary color is the violet color. Okay, so I'm going to use the violet for almost all the primary colors. I'm going to just paste this one over there. Okay, and then the secondary color, you can choose any color you want. The text color also, you can choose any color. So with the secondary color, let me just say I want to choose the red color. Let me just say the red color. So I'm going to paste the red color over there. And then the text color, the accent color. So the accent color also, you can choose any color that you want, but I'm still going to use the accent. I'm going to use the violet for it. So I'm going to use this one also for the for it. So if you have more you want to add, you can add them, but I'm going to just publish it. Now I'm going to go back again. I'm going to go here, and then the font, the global font that I want to use, I'm going to select it. So the global font we're going to use is the Quicksand. Okay, so all of them is going to be Quicksand. So we're going to use Quicksand over here. Okay, so Quicksand, and then we can make it like a 17, and then this one, the primary, is going to be like this particular one, which is 700 bold. And then with a secondary also, is also going to be Quicksand. I'm going to use Quicksand throughout. So Quicksand throughout. Okay, so which is also going to be 17. And then the text color is also Quicksand. And then also going to be 17. All right, so the accent color is also Quicksand. The accent the accent text is also going to be Quicksand. It's also going to be 17. And then the weight, let me change it to 600. here, which is quite okay. All right, so now I can decide to update it. So now we have our global font updated and it's okay. So you can go ahead and then even choose your typography, you know, what you want for the typography and other stuff. Okay, so if you don't want to choose it also, you can, you know, decide to leave it as it is, and then as you go on you do it. So I'm going to just leave it as it is over here, and then just click on this cancel button over here, and that is it. All right guys, so as you can see, at the moment we change the you know, the typography or the font, you realize that everything has changed over here. Okay, and that is it. So now we have our you know, our menu set up over here. Now the next one that we're going to do is our buttons. Okay, so we're going to focus on our buttons. So this is 15 15 15. Okay, so over here I'm going to click on this plus icon over here, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag in a button widget into this one, and as you can see, automatically it picks our colors. So what is written over there is what? Enroll. So I'm going to just say enroll. Is it double L or one L? Yeah, so enroll. And then I can go to style. Okay, so you can link it over here. Now we're going to link it with admission. So we're going to link it with the admission link over here. So just type in the admission and then a link will drop down because we've created a page and we can be able to use it. So I'm going to link it to admission, and then what again? No, I'm going to go to style over here to style the button. So what I will do is you know, the text, everything is okay, but the background, the text color is what is supposed to be transparent. Oh no, not transparent, sorry. The background color. Okay, so the background color, the text color is supposed to be white. Okay, that is what it's supposed to be, but the background color is supposed to be transparent. Okay, that is exactly what we want it to be, transparent. So as you can see, then we have to change this to what our primary color over here, which is quite okay. And then you know, you can, if you look at this one, we can increase the typography a little bit. So we can just go ahead and then let's say make it like 700 bold, then make it like 19. Okay, which is quite okay. And then our next one is to go to the border type. We make it solid border, and then we're gonna make it like a 1. Okay, and then we're gonna say we don't want any border radius. So guys, as you can see, we are having almost similar to what we have over here. So I think this one is quite okay. I'm good to go. Now I'm going to just copy this one and paste it over here. And that is one thing about Elementor, you can just copy and paste some widget that you've already created. Okay, so copying and pasting, now I can go over here and then edit this side also. So instead of enroll, I'm going to say contact, and then instead of this link, I'll remove it and then just type in contact to bring me my contact page, and then I'll select it. Okay, so guys, as you can see, I have my contact over here. Now I can go to style and then add the background and other stuff to it. So as you can see, I can choose a background of this one, and then with this one I can change it to the white. Okay, so now I think I have my 2 buttons set up. Now what I need to do is to make sure that these 2 buttons are close together. Okay, so what I will do is first of all, I will just reduce this space. So instead of 15, I'm going to make it 10 10. Okay, so if 10 10, then I'm going to add 10 to this one. So I'm going to make this one 55 55, and make this particular one 10, and make this one also 10. Okay, so guys, this is how it's going to be like. Okay, so as you can see, it looks you know, pretty much similar to this one. Okay, so where is it? Okay, so it looks pretty much similar to this one, but we can still do better. We can still, you know, make it a little bit closer. Okay, so we can, decide to bring it a little bit closer. So let me see with this one. Okay, so we can decide to make it a little bit closer. Let's see how best we can do it. All right, so with this one, I'll come over here and then go to its content and then position it on the right. Okay, and then also this one, I'll come to its content. I'll come over here, go to its content over here, and then position it on the left. So now let's take a look at it, and as you can see, it comes closer a little bit. So I think we are good to go. The only thing we need to do is to add a border. Yeah, so I think we are good to go. So we are good to go. So what we need to do is, we want to make it in one alignment. So as you can see, this is a little bit at the top, and then this one is also what's filling the space. So what we can do is we can just click on this particular one so that it selects the whole thing for us, and then position it in the center, then also in the center. So as you can see, it's going to be in the center, align everything for us. Okay, so now what you can also do is to reduce the space over here a little bit. So as you can see, we have too much space, because if we are to underline this one, so we go to style over here, because if you look at it over here, you have this line over here. Okay, so that is exactly what we're going to do. So we're going to give it a border, and then we're going to give it a solid border, and then that particular border we just give it a bottom border. So I'm going to just unlink this one, give this one a bottom border of, let's say, 2. Okay, so as you can see, this is how it looks like. Now if you look at the border color, you're going to select this particular one over here. So there's a little bit of space over here, and that is what we want to reduce it small. So let's try and then reduce the spaces a little bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to just go click on each container and then remove the padding from the container. So I'm going to go to it advanced, give it a padding of 0. The same way, go to it this place, go to it advanced, then give it a padding of 0. And then the same way, I'll go to this place also, go to it advanced, give it a padding of 0. And I'll do same for this particular one also. Go to it advanced, then give it a padding of 0. All right, so guys, as you can see, now it's quite okay, looking similar to this particular one. The only thing is there is space over here, and there is more space also over here, so we can do better. Okay, so what we can do is we can create the space which is over here. So we can either use this one. Okay, click on this one, and then just give it, let's say, a left padding of, let's say, 20. Okay, so as you can see, the pattern is what is working over here. So we're going to give it like a left pattern of 40. So let's give it a left pattern of 40. Okay, so I think 40 is what quite okay. Yeah, 40 is quite okay. So now I think our website, our header is what is now making sense. It's quite in shape. Now the next one that we want to do is we want to make the header sticky, and then when it's scrolling to we want it to have what, a background. So we're going to click on this particular one, the 6th icon over here, to edit the main section, okay, or the main header section. And we're going to go to it advanced, and then we scroll down, and then you see that we have what we call sticky header effect. That is the plugin that we install, sticky header effect. So we're going to click on it, and we're going to say enable it. So we're going to enable it. Now of course you can enable it from on desktop, tablet, or mobile. So each other way, it depends on you how you want to enable it. Now our next one is also if you wanted to have a transparent header, you can also choose that one. Now if you wanted to have a background header, you can select it, and that is exactly what we want. We want it to have a background header, meaning that when it is scrolling, it's supposed to have a background color. Okay, a background, not a header, a background color. So what we're going to do is we're going to choose this particular color for it, and then I'm just going to drag it to kind of this place. So you won't see it now. So if I publish it now over here, you're not going to see it. Okay, so even if I go over here and then I'm going to visit the website, you're still not going to see it. All right, guys, so this is how it looks like over here, but I think we can do some changes because I think the color over here did not really come. The I don't know if it is the violet color did not really come, and then this one too is really a little bit big. So I'm gonna go over here and then trying to see if I could reduce this one. So let me go to style over here, and you see we can just reduce the size over here. Okay, so you can just just make the logo not that really big. So 80% is quite okay. So I'm gonna make it like an 80% over here, which is I think it's okay. Yeah, it's quite okay. And then with this one also, I'm just going to go to the top level menu over here, item over here, and then the color. Okay, the text color, I'm going to use this primary color over here. So as you can see, now we have our primary color, and then when you hover on it, I want it the text color to be white. Okay, so when somebody hover on it, it's going to be white. And then the active also, you can choose the kind of activeness that you want. So if you go over here and then we click on the about page, how is the active color looks like. So as you can see, this is how it looks like. So we can go over here and then make the active color also this white, and then the background will also be the secondary color over here. So I think basically everything is quite okay. Everything is quite okay. We are on it, and I think everything is perfectly well. Or we can even come over here and just make this one as it is, because it's going to pick the main color of this particular style. Okay, the style over here. So I'm going to just update this one, and then what we're going to do is we'll have to make this website or header mobile responsive. Okay, so to be able to do that, what we can do is we'll just go to responsive mode over here, and then we'll change it to tablet. If you change it to tablet, this is how it's going to be like. Now when you change it to mobile also, this is how it's going to be like. Okay, so we don't want on the mobile this wants to come. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to change this ones to the normal. I want to change, you want to you duplicate this particular thing. So I'm going to just come over here and then just duplicate this header over here. So when I duplicate it, what it's going to do is I'm going to have two of these ones. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I want to hide this one on mobile, this top one on mobile. So I'll go to it advanced over here, and then go scroll down to responsive over here, and then click on it, and I'll say hide on portrait, tablet portrait, and then mobile portrait. Okay, so this is how it's going to be like. So if I unhide it, this is how it's going to be like. But I want this one, I want to hide this particular one, this one. Okay, yeah, the top one. So I'm going to go to it advanced responsive mode. I'll say hide tablet, this one. I want to hide this one also. So this is how it's going to be like. Now with this one, what I'll do is I'm going to delete this particular one. So I'll delete, scroll down to delete, come over here, scroll down and delete. Now over here, I'll click on this one, go to it advanced, unlink all the paddings, okay, and the margin, then go to it layer style. Instead of 100% full width, instead of a pixel, I'm going to change it to percentage, and then make it let's say 50. So if you make it 50, this is how it's going to be like. Okay, but I'm going to make it like a 70. 70 is quite okay. I'm going to go to this place also, change this one to make sure it is full width, change this one to advanced, and I'm going to make this one 30. Yeah, so 70 30. Let me see, 70 30. All right, so then I want to make this one like a 65. So if I make this one 65, oh okay, so 70 30. So I'm going to make this one 70. Okay, and then I'll click on here, and then let me go to this place, and then yeah, the row is supposed to be horizontal. All right, so what is wrong because I want it to be on the same line. So what I'm going to do is let me just go to the navigation over here, and then this is the main navigation. So I'm going to go to here, it's 70. I come over here, it's also 30. All right, so guys, then let's click over here, or let's just click on this one, and then instead of the 70, let's reduce it to, let's say, 60, and see how. Yeah, so as you can see, at the moment you reduce it to 60, it's now working. So meaning that we can reduce this one to, let's say, 25. Okay, we can reduce this one to 25, and then just come over here and increase this one to maybe 65. Okay, so that will be a little bit bigger. Okay, so we're gonna have something like this. So if you look at it, this is how it's gonna be like. Okay, so we want this particular one over here. Let me click over here. I want this particular background to change. Okay, so I'm going to go to here, and then I'll go to hamburger menu over here, and then the background I want to change it to maybe this particular one over here. Okay, so as you can see, this is how it's going to be like. So you can play around it, and if you think it's okay for you, you are good to go. So I think this one is quite okay for me. I'm going to just update this one. Now the only thing I need to do is to change this menu length. So I'm going to go to content over here, and instead of primary menu, I'm going to change it to mobile menu. Okay, so guys, as you can see, I have it changed to mobile menu. Then I'll go to here. Let me come here, go to options over here. Now you can choose between where you want it to be. So I want it to be here, okay, in the middle. Then disable selected menu, and then if you want it to be full width, you can also select it. So I think everything is quite okay. This one is also okay, and if I go to the tablet side, it's also going to be something like this, which is quite okay. So it's quite impressive that we have everything set up the way we want it. And if you go to the how do you call it, the desktop view, this is how it's going to be like. So in the desktop view, you want to hide this particular one. So I'm going to click over here, go to advanced, and then I'm going to go to responsive, and then I'll say hide on desktop. So we're going to hide it on desktop so that we will not see it on desktop, but we'll rather see it on the mobile side. So as you can see, these ones are being seen over here. Why is this one also seen over here? So we have to hide this one also on the how do you call it, want to hide this one also on on tablet view, or we can okay, so this one is already hidden. Okay, this one is already hidden over here, so hide on desktop. So let me also go over here and see. Yeah, so we've already hidden this one on desktop, but with this one, let's go to it advanced and go to responsive. Yes, it is hidden on tablet and then mobile. Okay, so I think it's quite okay. If you go over here, you're not going to see it. If you go over here also, you're not going to see it. Now if you see it, then it means that there is a problem. You need to sort this ones out. So if everything is okay, we can just update it, and we are good to go. So now we've set up our header. The only thing left for us to do is to also set up our footer. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go over here and click on exit, and then I'll say apply, and then I'll say leave. All right, guys, so now that we are done with our header, we can go ahead and then also create our footer. So to be able to create our footer, we need to hover on appearance over here, click on Elementor header and footer builder. So guys, what we need to do is to click on add new over here. So we're going to click on add new to add our footer. Okay, so we're going to name this one footer, and then we select the options that we want. So we want to select all the options. Let's wait for it to load finish so that we would select our options. All right, so we want to select what template. Okay, so we go ahead and choose our template. So I'm going to select our option over here. So we are creating a footer. So this is what the footer that we are creating, and then rules that we want to add. So display on the entire website. Okay, and then also we want to add do not display on. So if you want to ignore some pages, you can choose that pages. And then the user role, we also have what okay, so whoever is using the this particular website should be able to see the footer that we created, and that is what we want. So after that, we can click on publish over here to publish our footer. All right, so if you go to our website and then refresh, we are not supposed to see this one because we are using a custom footer. So let's refresh and see. Okay, so guys, as you can see, we don't see it anymore because we are using what a custom footer. Okay, and that is it. So now let's go back over here, and because we don't see it because the custom footer, we don't have anything over there. So let's go over here and then click on edit with Elementor to add some things, some items in the footer. All right, guys, so this is the place that we're going to design our footer over here. So if you look at our footer, let me just go to the home page so that we're going to see how the footer really looks like. So this is the footer. Okay, this is how the footer looks like. Let's refresh the page for it to load again. Now let's scroll down. Now if you look at the footer, this is how it looks like. Okay guys, this is how it looks like. Now forget about the top part of it and let's focus on the bottom part of it. So we have two sections over here. This first section, which have 3 column containers over here, and then the last section. That's exactly what we're going to do over here. So we come over here. Now we're going to run through it faster so that we can continue with this video for the shortest possible time, because I think we're wasting my time on the header and footer. So what we're going to do is we're going to click over here and I'm going to choose this directional row container over here. So with this one, inside it, we're going to put 3 different containers in it. So I'm going to put one over here, and then I'll duplicate this one into 3. So the first one, and then I'll go to the second one, so making 1 2 3. Okay, 3 containers. I'm going to click this place, which is the edit container section, and then I'll go to it advanced, and then I'm going to just let me just come to it layout over here, and then I'll give it a minimum height. Okay, so I'm going to give it a minimum height of, let's say 350. Okay, so 350, which is quite all right. And then also I want to go to the advanced over here and give it a padding. Okay, so I'm going to give it a padding, top and bottom padding. So I'm going to give it 50 over here, and then also maybe 50 at the bottom. Okay, so making it something like this. Now I'm going to go to a style over here and then give it a background color. So I'm going to give it a background with a classic background color of this particular color over here. So as you can see, guys, this is how it's going to look like. Now over here, I want to place just like we have over here. I want to place how do you call it, a logo over here, a text over here, and then social icons over here. So I'm gonna go to it. I'm gonna place one container which will contain the logo. Okay, and then let me just click over here and then see how the direction will look like. I want the direction to be column vertical, So I'm going to duplicate this particular one also, making three different containers. So it's going to be something like this. Okay, so three like this. Or you can decide to just delete these containers and then just keep the main container and then put in the widget in it. Okay, so it depends on how you want it to be. So let's say I want to keep this container, and then I'll drag in this particular photo or image over here, or I'll just delete this one and then search for logo. I'm going to search for logo and drag in this site logo over here. So I'm going to have this site logo over here, and then I'll come again, click on this particular 9 dots or grip icon over here, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a text text widget over here. Okay, so I'm going to add a text widget over here, and then what do we have over here? So this is something small about the school, the preschool that we're creating. I'm going to copy this one, come over here, and then just delete this one and paste this one in it. Go to its style and change the color to white. Okay, so this is quite okay. And then the last one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this grip icon over here, and then also bring in a social icon. So let's say social. I'm going to just search for social, and then I'll drag in this social icon over here. All right, so guys, as you can see, we have this social icon over here. Now I'm going to add some few ones to it. So this is basically like 1 2 3 4 5. So I'm going to add Instagram and then LinkedIn to it. So choose this one over here, search for Instagram, and then I'm going to add LinkedIn. So I'm going to add this one also to it. All right, guys, so I'm going to have like 5 over here. Now if you haven't followed my Facebook account, please go and follow the Facebook page. Okay, follow it, like the page, and follow it. It is Kitech Digital GH. Okay, Kitech Digital GH. I'll leave the link in the description. Please go ahead and then follow the page and then like the page. Okay, I'll be dropping more videos over there, so please go ahead and then follow the page. Now if you also haven't followed our IG page, Kitech Digital, okay, you can search for it and follow it. Now that is it. I'll put all the links over there. So these are the social icons over here. Now we want to make it similar to this particular one over here. So I'm going to go make sure that it will align to the left. I'm going to go to a style over here and then change the official color to custom. Okay, so I'm going to make the official color to custom, and then change the primary color and all those things. So if you think that you don't like the color, or the color is not what you want, you can change it. So all what I'm going to do is just drag it and make it transparent, or I can decide to go ahead and then make it whitish over here, and then change this particular color. Okay, you can change this particular color to like this. Okay, so basically like this. Now let's see how this one looks like. So this one looks like what? Like this one over here, meaning that we need to remove the the white primary color. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make this one white, and then just remove or make this one transparent. Okay, so it's going to be something like this, which is quite okay. So I think we are done with this part. Okay, so the next part is come over here, and then let's see what it is also over here. So we have the school, okay, which I'll copy and paste, and then we have some menu or links over here, link items over here. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring a header over here, a header widget over here, and then we're going to place in school over here, and then we go to it style over here and change the color to white, and then we go to it typography, increase the size a little bit. So let's say this one is 35 will be quite okay. It's cool. If it is too big for you, you can choose any color, any size that you want. So let's make it 30. Okay, and then 700 bold if you like. If you don't like it, you can just tweak it the way you really want it. And then the next one that we want to add over here is also text, or let's go to icon links. Okay, so we're going to use icon list. Okay, not icon links, icon list. So I'm going to drag in icon list over here. So I can drag in the icon list over here, and I'm just going to delete this once, then focus on this particular one over here. I'm going to remove this icon, so that we're not going to have any icon over here. And then if you come over here, I'm just going to add the about, facilities, gallery, and then events. So another school, we're going to add about, facilities, so about us. Okay, we're going to add another one. We say facilities. I'm going to just delete this one. About us, facility, gallery, and then event. So we're going to have this one which says gallery. Delete this particular one, and then come over here and say events. Also delete this one. So as you can see, we have these three this four particular links over here. So we can go to style over there, and then style it the way we want it. So we can give it some spacing, okay, to make it a little bit nicer. As you can see, this one have some spacing over here, if you call it that way. And then also we can go to the text over here, then change the size and everything. So I think 17 normal is quite okay, but this is what we're going to change. We're going to change this one to white over here. So maybe F0 is quite okay also. So this is also quite good. This is quite good. Now the next one too that we want to do is also the next one, which says get help. So with this one, it's also very simple. We can just decide to duplicate this particular one, okay, and then delete the last one. So we delete this last one over here. All right, so and then we call this one get help, okay, and then we can just add some few links over there. So register admission contact, and then terms and privacy. So we can go over here, go to this place. This one, instead of about us, we change it to register, and then this one also will be admissions, and this one will also be contact, and then this one will also be terms and privacy. All right, so for all the links that we will use, it's also very simple. Just type in the link over here. So let's say register. Okay, so register, it is the same thing as we're going to use the admission thing. So we pick this link over here, and then we have it. So do it for all of them. Okay, so the same thing over here, admission, we're going to use admission over here, and then contact, we will say contact. Okay, but with terms and privacy, we haven't created it yet, so we're going to leave it as it is over there, or we can just put a pound sign in it. Okay, so just like this one. So we have this one over here, and then if you come to this particular place also, we have the about us, which we have. So we're gonna go to its links and say about, and the link will come, we pick it. Facilities also, we can just say facilities, okay, and then when it comes, we picked it, and then we go to gallery, gallery. We can also pick the link over here, and then event. So event, you can also pick the link over here. So we now have all the links set up over here. Now one thing you should notice is if you look at this one and this one that we've created, there's a little bit of difference. Okay, so as you can see, there's this kind of like a line over here, and this one also have a line over here. Okay, so what we'll do is I'm going to just click on this particular one over here, and then go to layout. Okay, and then I'm going to go to center like this, and center everything like this, so that it's going to be something like this. Now we can pick, you know, everything one by one, and then create some kind of spacings for it. So with a gap over here, we can create like you know, gap between it. So as you can see, if we create the gap, you're going to see it over here. So we have the row and other things which have some gaps over there. But with this one, what we want to do is we want to create a space around this one. Okay, so we can click on this particular one over here, go to it, advanced. Okay, and then also create a padding for it. So if you create a padding for it, it's also going to happen. So I'm going to unlink the padding over here, and then create let's say a left padding of 50. Okay, so as you can see, this is how it's going to be like. Okay, and then the same way we can also create the same left padding of 50 on this one also. So I'm going to just unlink the padding, and then I'm going to say a left padding of 50 also like this. Now I'm going to go ahead and go to a style over here, and then I'm going to go to border. Okay, so with a border, I'm going to give it a solid border, and then I'll just give it a solid border of I'm going to unlink the padding over here. I'll give it a left solid border of 1. Okay, and then the color, I'm going to say white. All right, so as you can see, we have this white, you know, line or border over there. I'm going to do same for this one. So I can just copy this one, come over here, and then just right click and paste style. So make sure that you paste style, and it's going to be just like what you want. Okay, so as you can see, this is how it's going to look like. Okay, so I think it's perfectly okay. I'll take it just like that. Now we're going to do another container over here. So we're going to add this first, you know, direction column container, and then over here we're going to add a text. Okay, so if you look at it over here, this is a text that we want to add. So I'm going to just copy it, come over here. I'm going to change the color of this one to this particular color over here. So I'm going to go to a style, and then also go to it background over here, pick the default color and change it like this. Now I'm going to click on this one, the plus icon over here, come to heading, drag in the heading over here, and then I'm going to add my copyright text. Go to style, change the color to white. Okay, you know, go to typography. Instead of 700, I'm going to make it like a 400. Okay, go to content over here, put it in the middle. Now one thing we need to do is to adjust the height of the container. So we're going to click on this particular icon over here, go to layout, and then make it a minimum height of 90. Okay, so as you can see, it's what is 90 over here, or you can even make it like a 50 depending on how you want it, but I think 80 or 90 is quite okay. So I'm going to make it 90, put it in the center, and then, you know, adjust it in the center. So center, okay, align everything in the center, and as you can see, everything is what good to go. Now the only thing is this one have a line over here. Okay, of course we can also do same, it's not in a big deal. We click on this icon over here, go to its style, the container style, pick its border. Okay, click on the border over here, change the solid the default border to solid, unlink the padding, give it a top of 1, and then come to the color, change the color to white. Now guys, as you can see, everything is now working perfectly. So now we have what our footer also done. Now we want to make the footer mobile responsive, so we're going to click on this responsive mode over here, and then we change it to what the tablet view. This is how it's going to be like. So we want spaces around it. Okay, so of course you can create your own space. So I'm going to click over here and then come to advanced over here, and then I'm going to unlink the padding over here, and then what I'm going to do is like the top was 50. Okay, so I'm going to just make the top 50. The bottom also was 50. I'm going to make the bottom 50, but the side and side I'm going to make it 20, maybe 20. Okay, so just like this one. Okay, which is quite okay. Now I'll go to the mobile side over here, and this is how it's going to be like. So I want to place all of them in the middle, so I'm going to just click over here, put this one in the middle, this one also I'm going to put it in the middle. So I'm going to go to it, put it in the middle over here, go here, and then just go to its style, then just put it in the middle. Okay, now click on this particular edit container over here, and then unlink this padding, and you see that it's going to arrange in the middle perfectly. Go to its style of also, go to its border, and then just give it all border at 0, and as you can see, you're not going to see any border over here. Now of course you want to copy this one, and then also we're going to paste style over here. So paste the style, and this is how it's going to be like. Now we want to also position all of them in the middle, so I'm going to position all of them in the middle. Go to style over here, click here. I'm going to have something like this. Okay, and then I think everything is quite okay. Now if you want to reduce the size of the text, you can do so. Okay, but for me, I think everything is quite okay for me. The only thing I want to do is I want to come over here, go to advanced over here, go to its advanced, this particular one. I'm going to click on it, and then I just want to unlink the padding. Okay, and then you can or let me just link all the paddings, and then I can just give it an all round of 20. Okay, so that there'll be a little bit of space over here. So I think everything is okay, and then I'll just reduce the size of this one. Go to advanced, go over here, instead of 17 I'm going to give it like a 14. Okay, and then come to the line height over here. It's EM already, so with the EM I'm going to give it 1.4. okay, which is quite okay. So everything is now perfectly aligned. I'm going to just click on publish to publish or update it. So guys, as you can see, we have finished creating our footer also. It is very responsive on all screens. Okay, so that is what our footer created. So our next stage that we're going to do is to build our home page from step by step. So let's go ahead and then start building our home page. All right guys, so we've been able to create our header and our footer. So now what is left is for us to start creating our pages. Okay, so one by one, and we're going to start it with our home page. I mean, this is our home page over here, so that is what we're going to start now. If you go to our backend over here, and then or let's just come to the website itself, the front end, and we click over here, we click on this one. You realize that even though we've created a home page, but this is not the home page, this is the archive page. Okay, so to be able to make sure that our home page, which is the one that we created, this particular page over here, so if you go over here and we go to all pages over here, and then we look for home. Okay, so let's look for home. This is the home, and then let's click on view. Open it in a new tab over here to view it. You realize that our home page is not this home page that we are looking for. So this is what the home, and if we compare these two pages, you realize that this is an archive page and this is what our home page. Now we want the archive page to change to become our we want this home page to become our real home page, so that when we click on the how do you call it, the logo over here, it's going to go to this particular home page. Okay, but now if we click on this logo over here, it's going to go straight to our archive page, which that is not what we want. Okay, so we want to change it. We want to make sure that anybody land on our website, they're going to go straight to our home page that we are going to create. So we're going to go back to the dashboard, and then for that one we're going to go to settings over here, and then we go to reading. Okay, so we're going to go to reading, click on reading, and we'll change it from that place. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and instead of latest post, which is the archive page, we want to change it to a static page, and then we'll select the page that we want. So we're going to go ahead and select our home page as the one that we want it to display whenever somebody lands on our website. Now of course we have not created any page for our our post, so you can create a blog page and then connect it over here, but I'm going to leave it as it is, and then go ahead and click on save changes. Okay, so now that we have done so guys, if I click on this particular one over here, let's see what happens. It still goes to the archive page. Okay, so because we haven't maybe we just need to purge the cache. Okay, so I want to just purge the cache over here, so click over here to purge cache, because the caching system works. All right guys, so after purging the cache, you see that this displays our home. We don't have the /home here anymore. Okay, so it means that this is our home page, and this is what it is serving as with our home page, and that is what we want. So that is good, we are good to go. So now we want to go ahead and then edit this particular home page. Okay, we design it the way we want it. So what we will do is we have to go back to pages over here, go to all pages, and then we want to select the page that we want to design. So we're going to go to the home page over here, which is our front page. See, now it has changed to our front page, and then we click on edit over here. All right guys, so now that we are over here, now what we have to do is very simple. We want to change the template type. Okay, so click on default template over here, click on it, and then we want to change it to Elementor full width, because we want to use Elementor to design it. Okay, so we want to change it to Elementor full width, and then we click on update. Now guys, after updating it, all what you need to do is to click on this blue button which says edit with Elementor. So we're going to click on edit with Elementor to start designing our page using Elementor. All right guys, so this is our Elementor page. So as you can see, now that we have a header and a footer, it is displaying correctly over here, and we like it. So as you can see, it is also sticky over here. So you remember the color that we gave it to it. Everything is working perfectly as we want it. Okay, so guys, I think we are good to go. Then now we are to design the home page. Now we want the home page, let me see how it looks like. We want the home page to be like this particular one as you see over here. Okay, and that is exactly what we're going to do. So we're going to go over here, and then first of all we're going to create a container for it. So we're going to create one row or directional row or any directional column container. So I'm going to use this particular one over here, and then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to give it a minimum height of let's say 600. Okay, so I'm going to give it a minimum height of 600, and then I'm going to go to its style over here, and then I'm going to go to the background type. Okay, so you see the background type over here, we have the classic, we have the gradient, we have the video, and then we have the slideshow. Now what we're going to use is slideshow over here, because we want the images to be displaying like a slideshow, just like this particular one over here. So we want to select images that we want to use for the slideshow. So we're going to click on this one to select images that we want to use for our slideshow. So I'm going to use this one. I'm going to use this one. I want to use this one also. Some few images. Let me see. Let me use this one also. So I'm going to use these images so that we're going to use it for our slideshow. So let me just pick this one. This is not what I want, so I'm going to pick this particular one. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and then insert the gallery, and as you can see, this is how it looks like. Okay, so this is how it's going to be like, and this is how it's going to look like. So if you think it's okay for you, you are good to go. Now you can get how do you call it, do some few settings over here. So the infinite loop, if you want it, you can use it. The duration over here also, for each slide, you can either increase or decrease it if you want. And then also the transition, it could be fade, it could be slide, it could be anything depending on you. And then this transition duration also is over here. Now lazy loading and all those things can be done with this particular one. So if you want to maybe add something to it, you can do so. Okay, you can write a text over here, but I'm not going to do all those things. Okay, that is it. Now my next step is I'm going to give it a shape divider. So I'm going to go over here, click on shape divider, and then I'll give it a bottom shape divider. I'm going to give it mountains. So guys, if you look at it over here, maybe you cannot really see it, but I'm going to give it this color. Okay, so if I give it this color, then if I come over here, see that the mountain shows over here. Now the same way, if I give it the color that I want, it's going to show over here. But this is not the color I want to give it. I just wanted to show you how it's going to be like. Okay, so if you come over here, you see this particular color, that is what we want to use. So what I want to use is I want to just come over here, use this one, and then choose the color picker. So I'm going to choose this one, which is F2D4FF. So I'm going to just copy this one, close this one, come to this place, and then select this one, and then I'm going to paste this one over here. So this is exactly what we're going to have. Okay, so you can increase the height, the width, and all those kind of stuff depending on how you want it. Okay, so as you can see, you can just increase it or decrease it. Okay, so the width, the height, everything, you can play around it. Okay, you can even flip it, you can bring to front, you can bring to bottom. It depends on how you want to play around it. So that is basically it for the hero session over there. Now our next slide, or our next session, not slide, sorry, our next session over here is this particular section that you see over here. Now guys, this is a two-column section, two-column section container, or two-column container. We have this one column over here and the other one over here, and that is exactly what we're going to do. So over here, I'm going to just pick this one and use this particular one over here. All right, so I'm going to click over here and then go to a style. Okay, and then change the background color. So the background type, I'm going to use classic over here, and then come over here and then change the color. I'm changing the color so that it matches with this the top design, or the bottom shape divider that we gave to the hero session. So as you can see, it matches perfectly well. Now the next thing is I'm going to go to its layout, and then I'm going to give it a minimum height of, let's say, 400. So something like this. Okay, and I think it's quite okay. So let's see how it plays along. Now over here we're gonna copy this text over here, come over here, and then click on this particular one, bring in a heading widget over here, and then we're going to paste the text that we copied over here, and then we're going to go to this place. Now I want to know the size and everything, so I'm going to go over here and then click on what font over here, then click on it, and then as you can see it is 700 quicksand 700, and then the size is what 56 pixels, and then the line height is 65, and then the color that they use is 561B6F. So I'm going to go over here and then go to style over here, and then I'm going to go to typography, choose this one and say 56 pixels, and then it's 700. All right, so the line height is also 65 pixels, which is quite okay. I think everything is right now okay. Now the only thing I need to do is to go to this place, go to it, advanced, and then just give it a little bit of a padding, top and bottom padding. So I'm going to just unlike this one, give it like a 50, and then the bottom also like a 50, and then I'll go to the layout section over here and then place this one in the middle, okay, so that it's going to be just in the middle. Okay, and then over here also I'm going to give it 40. This place will also be 40, and that is quite okay. So now we are done with this one. If this is how it's going to look like, okay, but we can also we can do something about it. So instead of the 40, you can make it like a 20. Okay, so making it look something like this, which is quite okay. So let's look at how this one looks like. Okay, so it's quite okay. So we can also copy. Now let me go over here, copy this text, also copy this one, go to here, the one that we are designing, click on this particular one. Okay, now drag in this text editor over here, and then paste the text in it. So paste the text over here, and then with this one we just go ahead and then edit it the way we want it. So I'm going to just use the black color over here, and then come over here and make it like 17. Okay, so this is quite okay. Now the next one is I'm going to just just use this buttons. Okay, so I'm going to bring these two buttons over here. So what I'll do is I'll come here and then pick this container over here. Okay, and then I'll make the container like a row horizontal, and then I'll click inside the container and then put another container also inside it. And then with this one I'm going to duplicate this particular container. So when I duplicate it, it's going to be like one over here, one over here, so I can put two different buttons in it. So what I'm going to do is I can click over here and then drag in a button widget. So I'm going to drag in this button inside this place, and as you can see, this is how it looks like. Now I can just click on this first container, okay, not this one but the one beneath it, and then just position it in the middle. It's going to be something like this. Okay, so let me just click on this particular one also, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to just rename this one. So this one is what, learn more, and then the other one is register. So I'm going to say learn more, and then I'll go to style, and then I'm going to go to maybe let me just keep it a solid background border. I'm going to choose this just one solid border over here, and then with the border radius I'm just going to say I don't want it. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a padding. So I'm going to just give it a padding of, let's say, 20. So it's going to be something like this. Okay, so this is quite okay. Now I want to remove the padding around this particular container. So I'm going to click on this particular one, the inner one, and then go to it, advanced, and then give it a padding of 0. All right, so now that I've done this one, I can also go to this particular one. Okay, go to it, advanced, and then give it a padding of 0. Okay, so now it's going to be in line, exactly what I want. Okay, so now I can copy this text over here, copy this one, the button. Okay, not the text, the button. Come here and then paste it also in this one. So guys, as you can see, this is how it's going to be like. Okay, so now what I can do is I can either drag it this way, okay, so that it's going to be a little bit near, then come over here, and then I'll say maybe register. Okay, so when I give it a register, I can go ahead and then link this one to the admission page. I don't know why it's not showing, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to this website, the website, and copy the link, come over here, and then just paste the link over here so that we're not wasting my time. So I think it's quite okay, so I can just drag it this way. All right, so now the register, for the register, what I want to do is I want to give it just a border line. Okay, so a border line is what a border type is what I want to give. So over here, what I will do is I will just change the text color. Okay, I will just change the text color to this one, and then change or remove the color and make it transparent. So as you can see, it's going to be something like this, which is quite good. Okay, and then with the padding also, I want to make it a little bit I want to make the button a little bit longer, or like longer, yeah, something like that. So I'm going to give here 40, and I also give the right also 40. Okay, so it's going to be something like this, which is quite okay. Okay, so I think we are getting along, we are getting somewhere. Okay, so let's look at how this one looks like. So there's this kind of like a big gap over here. Okay, so let's try and then see if we can make that happen. So to be able to also make that happen, what we can do is we can just click on this one, and then let's see. Okay, so we can just give it like a 40. Okay, yeah, so that the gap will be a little bit bigger here. So it's gonna be something like this, and yeah, something like this. And then we can just go ahead and even reduce this one from to 50, and let's see. Yeah, it's gonna be something like this, which is quite okay. Okay, so now guys, as you can see, everything is what's falling in place. We are having our website small. Okay, so we will just click on update over here to update it. So now we have our second section also done. Now we're going to go to the third section, which is to learn more about Big Brain Preschool. Okay, so we're going to go straight to it. Let's go ahead and then start designing this particular thing. So this one is also a two column container. Okay, so we have the left side and then the right side. The right side contain image, the left side contain how do you call it, the left side contain words and other stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on this particular one, and then I'm going to pick this two column container over here, container structure, this two column, and then what I'll do is I will just give it a background of white, okay, because I want the background to be pure white. So I'm going to give it a background of white, which is quite okay. And then over here I can decide to drop in containers in it. So let me see how this one looks like. So this one okay, so to be fair, I want to drop two containers. Okay, so first container will contain these two things, and then the second container will also contain these two things. So that is exactly what I want to do. So I want to drop in one container over here, duplicate it, okay, so that it's going to be something like this. And then the first container, what we're going to do is it's going to have a heading. Okay, so it's going to have something. Let me just copy this one, I'm going to place it in this particular one. Okay, so come over here, and then let's just copy this one. Okay, come over here, and then just paste in over here. So we can reduce this a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to go to a style and then go to it and then reduce it a little bit. So depending on how you want it, you can go ahead and reduce it. All right, so 45 is 46, 47. Okay, so 47 is quite okay. So let me just see how this one looks like. The size itself, I'm going to go and choose color, not color. Okay, so not color. I'm just going to change it to what font. Okay, so so this is 40. Okay, 48 pixel. Okay, so I'm going to go over here, and then instead of 47 I'm going to say 40, and then this one will be what, 48. All right, so everything is fine. So we have the first test that is working. Now let's pick this particular one also. I'm going to copy this one, I'm going to close this one, I'm going to exit this one, come over here, and then what I will do is I'm just going to come over here and drag in a text widget underneath this particular one, and then paste it over here. So as you can see, this is how it's going to be like. And let me go to its settings or style, and then just give it 18, which is quite okay. And then this one will contain two containers. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll click over here, and then I'll choose this row, row horizontal, and then I'm going to click on this plus icon and then drag in the first container, and then I'll come in again and drag in the second container. So I'm going to drag in the second container also. Okay, so as you can see, it's going to be 1 and then 2. Okay, so that is a what we want. Now if you look over here, we have image, title, and then text. Okay, so that's what we're going to have. So we're going to have image, title, text. So I'm going to click over here, drag in an image. Okay, click on this grab icon over here, drag in a title. Okay, and then just click on this group icon again, and then drag in a text. So underneath this particular one, so as you can see, image title text. Now if we go over here, we can click on it, then choose the image that we want. So we're going to choose the image, and let's see. Okay, so the AB with a pencil, this is the image that we want. We're going to choose this particular one. All right, and then the title is engaging lessons. So we're going to go over here, click on this one, and then change it to engaging lessons. We come over here, copy this particular one, and then we go over here, and then we also paste it over here. All right, so now we need to just style it. Okay, so we're gonna click on this particular one, go to style, then just increase or decrease the width. Okay, so I'm gonna make it something like this, and then go to its content over here. I'm gonna position it like this. Okay, come to engaging lessons, go to style. I'm gonna use the red color, and then the text, I'm gonna increase it like 25. Okay, so 25 is okay. With this text over here, all what we need to do is, okay, so let me just see what will happen. So okay, so basically I think this is quite okay. What we can do is we can just just copy the same thing on the other side. So we copy, we paste, we copy, we paste, and then last one we're gonna copy this one also and paste it over here. All right, so we're gonna have something like this, okay, which is uniquely designed. Now over here we want to change the text and the image. Okay, so we're gonna go over here, click on the image, and then locate the image that we want to use for our section. So we're going to click on this image over here. I think that is the image that we are using. It's quite okay. Over here also we want to change the text, so it says what individualized attention. We're going to copy it, and then we come over here, we paste it, and then also over here also we can change the words over there. Okay, so I'm going to copy this particular one, and then also come over here and then change it. So guys, as you can see over here, this is a little bit too much, meaning that the text is a little bit too big. Okay, so we can make it like 22. Okay, this one also, go to style and then make it like 22. All right, so if 22 doesn't work, let's say 20. Okay, so 20 really worked. So I'm going to change this one from 22 to 20. All right, so guys, as you can see, this is how our left side looks like, and over here we will just add our image. So we're gonna add our image over here. So I'm gonna just click over here and then add in my image. So where is the image that we're going to add? This particular one, and then just add it to it. So after adding the image, we need to position everything in the center. So I'm going to click on this particular one, this edit section container over here, go to the layout, and then we'll place it center. So we're going to center everything, and then we come over here and then we give it like a 20. Okay, so the rules and everything is going to be 20. So as you can see, this is how it looks like. Okay, this is how it is looking like. Now let's go over here and see how this one also looks like. So it's quite okay. Everything looks perfectly okay, but we can just expand the size, the box size a little bit. So I'm going to click over here, go to the box size. Instead of 115, 40. I'm going to make it 1378. So I'm going to make it 1378 like this. Okay, come over here, also make it 1378. 1378. All right, so as you can see, this is how we're gonna get. This is what we're gonna get. Now I want the space to be at the top and the bottom, so I'm gonna click on this particular one, go to it advanced, unlink the padding, and then give it a top padding of 80, and then a bottom padding of also 80. So now guys, this is how it's gonna be like. Okay, so if I stretch it like this, it's gonna be something like this. Okay, so I think it's quite okay. It's quite okay. So I'm gonna give this bottom of 80, and let me stretch it and see how it looks like. Yeah, so I think it's quite okay. The only thing is, let me just reduce the box size a little bit. So I'm going to just go ahead, and instead of 1 1 3, I'm going to say 1 2. Okay, we come over here and also say the same thing. Instead of 1 3, we're going to say 1 2. All right, so let's take a look at it. Okay, so I think this one is quite okay. Everything is working perfectly as planned. So guys, as you can see, everything is working perfectly as planned. If you like this video, please don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to the channel so that we grow together. Okay, so that I'll give you every in-depth tutorial that you want. So please subscribe to the channel and let's grow together. We are almost at 10,000 subscribers, and I want this video to be, you know, my token of appreciation for you guys for subscribing to this particular channel, for being part of the 10,000 great community over here. So thank you for watching and thank you for subscribing. Now let's continue the video. So I'm going to click on update to update all the things that I've done, so that if something happens, it wouldn't, you know, go away. So I think we are done with this session. Now the next session is this particular section over here, which is the enrollment session. So that is exactly what we are going to create. All right guys, so this is the session that we're going to create over here. So what we're going to do is, as you can see, this session, the first one have 2 column container over here, and the second one has 3 column containers. Okay, so that is exactly what we're going to do. So we go to our Elementor page over here, homepage that we are creating, and then we're going to create the first one, which is the 2 column section. So we're going to create this 2 column container over here, and then what we're going to do is we will give it, you know, that kind of how do I say, like a minimum height. Okay, so I'm going to give it like a minimum height of, let's say, 300. Okay, so I'm going to give it like 300, and then give it, you know, a top and bottom padding. Okay, so I'm going to unlink the padding and give it, you know, a top padding of 50, and then a bottom padding of 50. Okay, now I'm going to use this this color over here. So I'm going to just come over here, go to the background of it, and choose the background color, and copy the color that we used over here. Or we can just even just create the color and say let's say background color. Okay, so BG color. Okay, and then just save it or create it. Now when we come over here and then we click on this one over here, we can now be able to access that particular color wherever we go. So we can just scroll to, and then you see the BG color over here. We can use it in any of our design. Now we can be able to add the contents that we want to add in these two containers. So over here, let's see what we have over here. So we have this particular one over here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to just copy this text or heading text over here. I'm going to copy this one, and then I'm going to bring it over here. So I'm going to paste it over here, and then now go to this place and then copy this particular one, and then I'll paste it and delete this one and paste it, so that the style will always remain what I want. Okay, and that is exactly what I want. So I'll come also to this place and then copy this one, but before that let me go back over here and then see how this one looks bigger. Okay, so I want to see the size and everything. Now one thing is I did not really write all the sizes down. That is why I'm using some tools to help me to determine it. So as you can see, this is 18 pixel, 400 weight, and then it is what the line height is 27 pixels. Okay, and then the color of the text is 363636. All right, so I'm going to close this one, close it, and then come over here, and then what I will do is I'll do same for this particular one also. So I'm going to go over here and then see the color that we are using. So I'm going to say 363636, okay, which is quite okay. And then the font, I'm going to change it to 18, okay, and then the line height is 27, so I'm going to say 27. All right, so he's going to run through all of them. So if I copy this one and I come over here and I paste it over here, I can paste it over here. Okay, I can just paste this one over here, and then when I come to this place, I can copy this text, go here, and then all what I'll do is I'll just paste the text over here. And as you can see, this is how it's going to be like. Okay, now we can create space over here. So to do that, we're going to go to this edit section or edit content over here, go to its layout, scroll down, and then you see the gaps over here. We're going to give it like a 20 and then 20, or you can decide to give it like a 40, okay, depending on how you want it. So let's say a 40 will be okay for it. So I think it's quite okay because there's a space over here. Now we can go ahead and then create another section or another 3-column containers over here. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and then choose a 3-column container. We don't have 3-column containers, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this particular one over here, or you can decide to use your own kind of like you can decide to go ahead and then let me just use this one. I'm going to use this one, and then what I'll do is I'll duplicate one of them, okay, so that I'll have 3. So I'm going to have 1 2 3, as you can see over here. Now if you look at this particular one, we have 1 2 3 4, meaning that we have we can use a box, okay, to be able to box as a box icon box here. We can use an icon box to be able to fix this place. So we can go over here, click on this plus icon and search for box. Just search for box, okay. See that you're gonna have this icon box over here, so just drag it into this place and you're gonna have something like this. Okay, now we want to style it first, so I'm going to position it over here, and this is how you're gonna get. So I want it this way, and I'll position all the content like this. Okay, so exactly like this. Now if you don't want it that way, you can also look at how this one looks like and then do it that way. So I'll position this one like this, and then I want to see the font and other stuff that we use over here. So I'm going to go to the what font over here and see the font details. Okay, so it's so quicksand, but this one is 2529 line height. Okay, and then we use this color, and then let's look at this one also. This one is 1523 and then 400 normal. Okay, this one is 600. All right, so we're gonna go over here and then go to, with the image, you can either make the width 100%, okay, just like this one. And then we're gonna go over here to the content, and then with the content we're gonna use this color, this the secondary one, and then we go to the typography, and then this one is 24 pixels, 600. Okay, let me see. Yeah, 24 600. Line height is 29. Okay, so and then the line height should be 29. Okay, so basically this is how it's going to be like. And then when you go to this one also, let me see. Yeah, this one also, this one is 15. Okay, 15 normal. And then yeah, let me just check it well to see if it is what we want to use. So 15 normal, and then the line height is 23, and then the color is 363636. Okay, so that's exactly what we're gonna use. All right, so the color over here, we're gonna change it to 363636. All right, so with this one we can even create that color. Okay, so let's say text color, and I'm gonna put new over there so that I'll know the color that I'm using. So I think it's okay. And then what again? Yeah, so it's quite okay. So now we can go ahead and then just copy this one, paste it over here also. Now let's see how this one looks like. Okay, so I'm going to close this particular one. Okay, so the background is also the same, so we're going to change the background, make it the same. So we go to this edit container over here, click on this 6 icons over here and go to its style, and then click on the background type classic, change this one, and then pick the BG color over here, go to its advanced, unlink the the padding. Then if you like, you can give it a top padding of 20, a bottom padding of 80, so that there'll be space over there. Okay, so something like this. Okay, now the next one is for us to add a button over here, but before we do so, let's just try and then give spaces for all of them. So we're gonna give space, so we click on this edit container over here, and then go to it advanced, and then we can give it a padding of, let's say, 20 for each of them. Okay, so we're gonna give a padding of 20 for all of them. Go to it advanced, then give it a padding of 20. Go to it advanced, and then give it a padding of 20. All right, so it's going to be something like this. Okay, so as you can see over here, we have spaces in between it, which is quite okay. So now that we have this one, we can go ahead and then change our text and our image also. So I'm going to click over here and then click on change image, and then what is the first image is this beautiful picture over here. So we're going to use this one, click on it, come over here, let me exit this one, copy this one, go to where we are editing, and then paste it over there. Just paste it over there. Yeah, so we have something like this. And then you can also change the text over here. So I'm going to change the text also over here to have something like this. So as you can see, it is falling in place one after the other. So I'm going to go to this place also, copy this particular one, come over here, click here, change this one, and then I'm going to go to this place also, copy this one, come over here, and then paste it over here. All right, so I'm going to go to the last. So with this one, we're going to go over here and then click on this particular one, and then choose the image that we are looking for. So we're going to use this particular image. So that is exactly what we're going to look for. All right, guys, so we're going to choose this one over here, and we're going to click on select, and as you can see, we have it over here. So the next one is this particular one. Let's scroll down. Oh, let me scroll down and see. Yeah, this particular one over here, this beautiful kid, this handsome kid. So we're gonna go over here and choose the handsome guy. Where is he? Yeah, I think he's the one. This one. We're gonna choose this particular one, and we are gonna copy this one, copy it, come over here. Oh, come over here, and then put it in this heading, and then of course the description also, we will copy it, and then we're gonna put it here. Okay, so guys, as you can see, we have everything set up. The only thing left is the how do you call it, the buttons. Okay, so we're gonna just do the buttons the way it is, you know, bobbing over here. So let's go back over here and then search for buttons. Okay, so we're gonna search for buttons, and then we're gonna use this button, drag it underneath this one, and then what we're gonna do is we want an icon. So we're gonna select an icon. Let's see. Yeah, it's just an arrow icon. So we will say arrow. Let's look for an arrow icon. So this one will be okay. So I'm gonna choose this one, select this one over here. Now I want it to be after. Okay, so the icon position should be after. And then over here, what is it written over there? It says learn more. So I'm gonna say learn more. And then the learn more, where does it go to? Where does it go to? It goes to the about us page. So I'm gonna link it to the about us page. So yeah, this page over here. Yeah, so we have this one. Now of course you can leave it this way, but if you want it exactly this particular way, then we have to go to style over here, and then what we can do is we can go ahead and then, you know, just change the text color to this color. And then over here we will just remove or give it a transparent, you know, background, and then we can even you know, just unlink all the padding, remove all the padding, and it's gonna be something like this. Okay, so what we can also do to make the icon, you know, the button bob and other stuff is we can give it a hover animation. So we go to hover over here, and then we give it a hover animation of bob, this particular one, so that when we click over here, it's going to be something like this. Okay, so very good. So now we want to give, like, you know, spacing between the icon and then the text. Okay, so let me see, I want to give this kind of like a spacing. Okay, yeah, so I think it's quite okay. I'm good to go. So I can copy this one over here, bring it here, right click and paste, and I can also right click and paste on this one. So over here, instead of, we will say sign up and then enroll. Okay, so sign up will be here, sign up, and then we're gonna link it to admissions. So admissions. Okay, we pick this page. The same thing applies to this one over here. We're gonna say enroll, then we also link it to admissions. All right, so we pick this page. So then I think everything is quite okay. We are good to go. We can click update over here to update whatever we just did. All right, so now we are done with this session over here, and I think everything is looking you know, fine. Now we can go ahead and go to the next section, which is this particular section over here. So let me just scroll down and see how, oh, why is it freezing? Okay, so this particular section over here. So this particular section, just we have this you know, two column section. Okay, it's two column, you know, containers over here. Now the main container is two column, and then we have this particular first container, and then other two containers, and then another two containers also over here. So that is exactly what we're going to do. So we're going to divide it into so many containers so that we can be able to you know, do it. So if you haven't, you know, that is why it is very important to when starting it, make sure that you set up nested, you know, element, and then also change your sections from section, activate the, you know, the layout, which is the container layout, and then you also activate the nested element, you know, stuff. But then new Elementor installed now pre-activate all those things for you so that you don't need to go back to activate. That is why I did not touch on those things. But if you are having problem with it, just go back and then go to Elementor settings and then go and activate nested element, and then you'll be able to nest all your containers into different way, the way you want it. So let's quickly go over here, and then I'm going to use this particular container. Okay, and then I'll give it, you know, a minimum height of 500. Okay, and then I'll go to it advanced. I'm going to give it, you know, a padding, top padding of 50, bottom padding of also 50. Okay, or maybe let me say top padding of 80, bottom padding of also 80. Okay, so I think it's quite okay. Now I can come over here, okay, and then you know, drag in a container into it. Now with this container, what I can do is I can duplicate this container and make it you know, two column container like this particular one. So after duplicating it, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on the main container, which we have you know, that we created first, the main container. So that is where I'm going to go. So I'm going to go to the it style over here, and then I'm going to give it a classic background, and then with that background I'm going to give it you know, an image. Okay, so I'm going to look for an image to give it. So let me see the image that I gave over here. So with this one, of course you can give it any image that you want. Okay, so let's say I want to give it this particular image over here. So I'm gonna use this image, and then as you can see, it is you know, giving us how do you call it, repeating. Okay, repeating content. Now we don't want it. So what we want is we want to change some settings of that particular image. So the default the position, we want it to be center, and then you know, the attachment, let's see how the attachment is. Okay, so attachment, we want it to be fixed. Okay, so the attachment, we want it to be fixed, and then the repeat, we say no repeat, and then you know, the display, we say cover. Okay, so we want it to what, cover it. So it's going to be something like this. Okay, now after that, we want to have a background overlay. So if you look at this particular one, have what, very nice background overlay over here. So that is exactly what we want to do. So we're going to give it a background overlay like this one over here. Give it the type, we want to give it like a classic type. We want to use our primary color for it, and then we increase the opacity a little bit. So let's increase the opacity to, like, let's say I think 90 or 85. So 85 is quite okay. Okay, so then you know, I think the background is all done. So what we can do is we can just copy this one, come over here, click this button over here, and then drag in a heading widget over here, and then what we can do is paste in this particular text. Now you can't see it. Okay, so if you want to see it, you can also align it in the center, or we can align it left, and then we go to this place, then we change the text color to white. Okay, so now you can see it. We increase the size over here. So if you want to know the actual size, we can go over here and then choose what font, and then click over here, and then we say 4085. So as you can see, the size is 40, the line height is 48. Okay, the color is all white pure, and then it is 700 the boldness is 700. So we can go over here and then choose this one, which is 40, and the boldness 700. The line height is what, 48. Okay, so guys, as you can see, this is how it looks like. Now what we can also do is we can come over here and put everything in the middle. Okay, so we're going to go to its layout over here, and then now we want to put everything in the middle. So we center this one, and then we also center it this way, so that it's going to be something like this. Okay, so now guys, since we have the left side done, now we're going to go to the other container over here. So this container, if you look at it very well, we have this first container over here, and then we have this double containers over here, and then we have another double container underneath this particular one. Okay, so that's exactly what we're going to do. Or we can just, you know, just make another container over here which is double, and then make sure that you know, the text is what's just around this place. So that's exactly what we're going to do. So without wasting my time, now what we're going to do is we're going to drag a container inside this container. Okay, now we have a container inside this container. Now let's go to this particular container, that is the first one, then make it like this. Okay, we're gonna make it like this, and then we want to duplicate this particular container. So I'm going to duplicate this particular container, so it's going to be like this. Now inside this particular container, I want to place another container in it. Okay, so I want to place another container inside this particular container, and then beneath this one, I want the container to also have a row horizontal, so that when I duplicate this one, it's not going to be you know, it's going to be something like this. Okay, so as you can see, we have this top one, this two. Okay, and then we can also bring another container beneath this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here and then drag in another container inside the main container. Okay, so let me see what I can do over here. I want it to just lay on top, lay beneath this. Yeah, so it's gonna be something like this. Yes, very good. So guys, as you can see, this is how it looks like. Okay, now what I'm going to do also is, since I have this one, now I can just bring another two containers beneath inside this one. So I'm going to come over here, put another container in it, and then come to this place and then make it what, the row horizontal, and then I'm going to duplicate this one. So right click and duplicate, so it's going to be something like this. So I'm going to put my two buttons over here, I put my other two widgets over here, and then put my text widget over here. So to be able to do that, now let me just click over here to see. So 1827, so the same thing. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just exit this one and copy this particular one over here, copy it, come to this side, and then click on this one, and then I'm going to drag in a heading widget inside this one, and then put in the text in it. Okay, so of course we can even undo it. Instead of a heading widget, I'm going to delete this one and put in just a text editor inside it. So I'm going to put a text editor inside it, and then all what I'll do is remove this text and place in the text that I copied, and then come over here, and then you know, just change this one to white. Also I'm going to change the text to 18, and then this one is going to be I think, is it 27? Yeah, something like this. Okay, so I think this one is quite okay. So over here I'm going to put in the 50-50 also over here. So here will be 50, and here will also be 50. So let me see the size of the 50-50. So let me check. This size is what, 48, 700. So basically everything is quite okay. So I'm going to go over here, drag in a heading inside this particular container, and then paste in the 50% in it. Go to this side, change the text to white, and then increase this one to 48. Okay, the size to 48, and then this one will also be 48. Oh, sorry, 48. Okay, so I'll copy this one also and then paste it here. Okay, so I'm going to paste it here. So it's going to be something like this. So 50-50 over here. And then with this one, we'll just add a text widget also to it. So we go over here and then we come to this place. I'm just dragging a text widget over here underneath this one. And then we paste in this content over here. So with this text widget, all what we need to do is change the color to white. And I think everything is quite okay. We just, copy this one and then also paste it over here. So we paste it this way. So it's going to have something like this. And then what again? So I'm going to copy this one also, come here and change this particular one. So we're going to have something like this. Okay, now this is where the buttons are going to be. So I'm going to just click inside this one, drag in a button inside this particular one, and let's see how the button is. So we have a border of white and everything is white. Okay, so this one says what? Learn more, sign up. Okay, so this one is what? Learn more. Okay, does it have an arrow? Yeah, this one have an arrow, this one doesn't have an arrow. So this one will go to the about us. Okay, so I'm gonna and then go to its style over here, and then we want to change the text color to white. Okay, so change the text color to white, and then with the background, it doesn't really have a background, so we're going to give it a transparent background. And then the border type, we're going to give it a solid, and then we'll say what maybe 2. Okay, so 2 will be quite okay. And then with the radius, we can give it like, let's say 20. Oh no, it's 0. Okay, so sorry, we're gonna give it like a 0. Okay, and then the padding, rather, we'll give it what 20. Okay, so something like this is quite okay. Now what we can do is we can copy the same thing, copy it, and then paste it over here. Just paste it over here, and then I want to just make sure that this one comes closer to this one. So I'm going to just make it like this. Okay, so so with this one I can just edit it. Okay, so just edit it, click over here, go to it, advance over here, and then with the border, you can even give it what let's say 0 border, meaning that there is no border. And then we can go to here, this place, and then we'll get an icon from the library. We're going to give it an arrow. This is quite okay. We insert it. Okay, so we want to insert it after the text, and then we give it a little bit of spacing. All right, so let's go to where again do we have to go to? Okay, so let's go to its style over here, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to just remove the padding and see how it behaves. So I'm going to give it a padding of 0. Okay, so it is not a good idea to give it a padding of 0, so I'm going to maintain it this way. Okay, so this way is quite okay. So let's see how it looks like. So this is how it looks like. This is how it's going to be looking like. So of course we can also click over here and then go to this side, then position it on the left. Okay, or we can even go to its style over here. Okay, its style over here, and then what we can do is we can unlink the padding over here and give it a right padding of 0. Okay, so that it will be very near to what we want. So this is quite okay. If you wanted to bob and all those things, you can give it a hover animation. So if you look at this one, this is how it looks like. Okay, and then also let's go to this one. Now this one is a little bit too big, so we can just reduce the size a little bit. So I can go over here, and then instead of this particular one, instead of 20, I can give it like, let's say a 10. Okay, so yeah, this is quite okay. So I can do same for this one also. So instead of this 2020, I can say maybe 10, 10, and then 10. Okay, and then we can still go ahead and drag this one over here. Okay, so we're gonna have, let me just, okay, and then change this thing. I can change this one also. I'm gonna go over here, instead of learn more, I can change it to sign up. I can change it to sign up. So basically everything is what working as planned. And then even with this one, you can even push it to either the side, the other side, or not. So I can push it this way, or I can push it this way, depending on how I want it. So I think everything is, you know, working fine. And I can also come to this side, and then instead of the 33, okay, I can say maybe 30. Okay, so let's see how it looks like in a 30. Okay, so now I can either reduce the size of this particular one a little bit, okay, or just increase this one a little bit. So let me just make it 33 for this one, this particular one, and then this one will be what? Okay, so let me change this one to also percentage. Okay, and then just reduce the size from, let me see. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make it what it is, and then I'll just click on this particular edit side over here, go to 8 gap over here, then remove the gap and make it 0. Okay, so as you can see, it shifted right away. Okay, and then also I can you know, just go to 8 advanced, also go to 8 advanced, and then if there is a padding, I can just unlink all the paddings, and then do the same thing for all of them. Okay, so I'm going to just unlink all the paddings. Okay, I'll go to here, unlink all the paddings. Also I'll go to this place, also unlink all the paddings. Okay, just unlink all the paddings so that it's going to be a little bit closer. Okay, so basically something like this, you'll be all right. Okay, so as you can see, it's now shifting closer. Now also this one, also I can click on this one, go to it, and then unlink all the paddings over here. So as you can see now, it's falling into shape. Also this one, also I can go over here, then if I want to unlink the padding, I can also do same. So I think everything is what is now falling in shape, and everything is perfectly the way we want it. So as you can see over here, this is how it looks like. Okay, so it is, you know, falling in shape. So now we have our this session also done. Now the next session that we're going to do is a testimonial session. Then we do this call to action session over here, and then the last session, and then we are good to go with our home page. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back over here, and then also start designing the next, you know, section, container section over there. So I'm going to update it. So anytime you design, make sure that you update it so that if something happens, you know that you have already, you know, done the update, and it's not going to affect whatever you are doing. So basically that is it. So let's go to the next session. All right, guys, so with the next session, we're going to do this testimonial session, which is also very simple to create. Okay, so this is the section that we will be creating. So to do that, we will be using a container like this, just this one column container like this one over here, and then I'm going to go ahead and then give it a minimum height of let let's say 300, or let's say 400. Okay, so minimum height of 400 over here. Then over here, what I'm going to do is first of all, let me just go ahead and then say check and see if I will get a testimonial widget for it. So as you can see, we have this testimonial widget, we have this one also, and then this one also. So you can choose any one that you want. Okay, so if it is let's say this one that you want, you can just drag it over here, and this is how it's going to be for you. Okay, so with this one, you can just insert your image. Okay, so we're going to look for the image that we use, this particular one over here. Just select it. So as you can see, this is how it looks like. And then you know, the content also, you can just let's see the content that we have. So just copy this particular content, come over here and place it over here. Okay, and then instead of John Doe, we say Jane Doe. All right, so so I think everything is quite okay. So the 5-star also, you can decide to change it or anyhow you want it, depends on you. Now the only thing left is the way the testimonial is what's being arranged. Okay, so with the image, let's go to the style of everything. So we're going to go to the style, position it in the middle like this. Okay, so this is how we want it. This is exactly how we want it. And then the background color, if you want to change it, you can also change it. Now the quotation style, we want to change the color. So if you look at the color over here, it's more or less like a pinkish color. Okay, and that's exactly what we want to do. We want to use this particular one, and then reduce the you know, reduce the color a little bit. So we're gonna just make it something like this, which is quite okay. And then what again, let me go to this place. So Jendo, I'm going to change it. Okay, so this testimonial style, the color typography. So let's go to the color and then the typography. So the username color, you can change it to this particular one, and then increase the font a little bit. So let me just change the font and make it the quicksand. All right, so I'm going to increase it to, let's say 18 over here, and then the weight, I'm going to change it to 500 or even 800. Okay, so it's going to be something like this. And then with this codec over here, I can go ahead and even remove it. Okay, so testimonial content, with this one I can just remove it. I don't like it. So it's going to be something like this. Okay, so you can also change this particular one. So let's go to color typography, and then company name, we remove it. Testimonial text, okay, you can also you know, just change it to the normal text 363636 over there, and then change this one also to 18. Okay, and then if you want to keep editing it, then we can go ahead and then go to the image style over here. Now you see that the image is round. Okay, so we can give it let's say a border radius of, let's say 150. Okay, as you can see, it's going to be round like this. So let's go to it advanced over here, and then what we will do is we give it a top and bottom pattern. So we're going to just unlink the pattern, give it a top and bottom pattern of 80, over here also 80. Okay, now the next one is, I want, you know, the text to be showing like this, meaning that I want to reduce the size of the box. Okay, over here, so the main content, I want to reduce the size of the box. So this is the size of the box. I want to make it like 800. Okay, so 800 is quite okay. Okay, so this is how it's going to be like. Now we will go ahead and reduce the size of all the increase some of the sizes of all the boxes and make it equal. Okay, so remember that we made this one 1280, this one also 1280. Now let's look at this particular one also and see if it is 1280. No, it is not. So we're going to say 1280. Okay, we'll do all of them like that. This one also is not, so we're going to say what 1280. All right, so now I think everything is what falling in place, and then we will update this one. Since we are done with the testimonial, we're going to update it. Now the next one that we're going to do is this next one, which is this amazing design over here. So with this one, we have this 2-column container over here, one having an image, one having a text content. Okay, so that's exactly what we're going to do. So we're going to pick this particular one over here, and then let's see how we will manage this whole thing. So we can either pick this 2-column container straight away, or we can pick this one over here, this one, and then put in a container in it. So we're going to put in a container in this particular one, and then duplicate the container to make it a 2-column container. Now the reason why I sometimes love doing this is when you are doing it in the mobile side, it becomes easy for you to be able to edit it this particular way. So I'm going to go to the main content over here, change the width to 1280. Okay, and then go to here and make it like 400. Okay, go to it, advance over here, and just unlink the patterns, give it a top pattern of 80, a bottom pattern of 80. Okay, and then go to style. Okay, so we're going to go to style over here, and then what we will do with the style is we give it a background color. So I'm going to pick this primary color over here. So this is how it's going to be like. Okay, so with the background color, you know that you have a background color like this. Now we can put an image over here. So I'm going to go over here and then drag in an image. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put an image over here. So as you can see, this is how the image will look like. Now I'm going to put in the image that the teacher is teaching 2 students or 2 kids. Okay, 2 kg or preschool kids. So that is the image that I'm going to choose. So I'll wait for it to load, and then I'll select the image that I want. All right guys, so we're going to select the image that we're going to use. So we're going to use this particular image. Let's see here, this particular image, and let's select it. So this is how it's going to be like. Okay, this one, let's see how it looks like over here. Yeah, this is exactly what we want. And then but if you look at this side over here, now you can see that this image is basically touching the edge of the section. Okay, so what we're going to do is let me see this one also. Okay, so it's practically touching this side. So what we're going to do is we're going to just click over here. Okay, we're going to just click over here, and then what we will do is we go to it, advance, and then we're going to remove the bottom pattern. Okay, so we're going to remove the bottom pattern, make it like a 0. Okay, so as you can see, it is what it is now almost touching. Then we will click on this this edit over here, like edit column over here. Okay, when you hover on it, you see that it says edit container. So go to it, advance also, and then remove all kind of like padding. Okay, so you're going to see that now the image is touching the whole bottom itself. So let's take a look at it, and you see that the image is what is touching the bottom itself. So it's quite okay. We like it like that. Now what we have to do is we have to just position this one. Also just click on this particular one, and then over here we have 1 2 3. So we're gonna just bring in 2 containers with double container over here. So I'm gonna just drag in 1 container over here. Okay, and with this one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just click on it over here, and then I will choose this particular column vertical over here, and then I'll double this one. I'll right click and double it. So I'm going to just right click and duplicate this particular one. So it's going to be something like this. And then over here I'll add in a text, a heading widget to it. So I'm going to add a text and heading widget to this place. So the heading will come first. So I'm going to add in a heading widget over here, and the heading is going to be what discover our amazing kindergarten. So that's exactly what we're going to do. So I'm going to go back over here and then paste in what I copied. So I'm going to copy and then go to its style. Now you can't see it because the color is this color. I'm going to change the color to white. Okay, and now you can see it. Sorry. Now all what we need to do is to change the typography. Okay, so just increase the typography to any amount that you want. So let's say 51 is quite okay. And then underneath I'm going to click on this particular grep icon over here. Then underneath I'm going to add a text widget to this particular one. So it's going to be something like this in this same container. Okay, so over here what we can write is, I'm going to just copy this one, copy it. So underneath the discover amazing kindergarten, we have this text over here. And then I'll go to its style. I'll change this one from this color to white color. Okay, and then this one I'll just increase it to 18. Oh, sorry, 18. Okay, so now over here I'm going to add two containers in this particular container. So I'm going to drag in this container into this one. I'm going to drag in this container into this one. Oh, is there a container in it already? Okay, so I'm going to drag in a container into this container. Okay, so I'm getting confused. I want to see it by just typing the navigator and then go to it bottom side, and then this is a container that we are dealing with. Okay, so as you can see, this is a container that we are dealing with. It is an empty container, there is nothing in it. So I just want to drag a container into it. Okay, so maybe it's not working. Yeah, so now it's working. So I'm going to click on this last container. This is the container, this particular one. I'm going to change its direction to row, and then I'll come to the inner container over here, and then I'll duplicate this inner container. So I'll duplicate it like this. So I'm going to have something like this. So as you can see, we're going to have something like this over here. So now we have two buttons over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this particular button. Okay, I'm going to copy this sorry, particular button. I'm just going to copy, come over here, and then I'll paste, and then go to the other side again, and then click on right click over here and copy. Now let me just close this navigator and then scroll down, come over here and click on paste. All right, so this is how it's going to look like. Okay, so I think my connection is not really stable. That is why it's causing that kind of a problem. So let me just update it and then update the connection, and then I'll get back. All right, so now that we've checked the connection and everything is all right, now what we're going to do is we're going to click over here, okay, and then come scroll down and then remove this one and make it 0. So we don't want any kind of like how do you call it, we don't want any kind of a space between it. So we're going to drag this one over here, okay, just close to this particular one, and we're going to have something like this. Okay, so we can go ahead and even remove all kind of like a padding and all things from it. If you think everything is okay for you, then you can go ahead and then just make it the way you want it. So this is how it's going to be like. Okay, but that is not how we want it. We want it to be in the middle. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go straight ahead to click over here and then go to layout over here, and then we're going to center everything in the middle. All right, so I think we're going to get something like this, which is quite okay. It's quite the way we want it. All right, so now that we have this one set up, now our next one, let me just update this one so that I don't have any problem with it. And then our next one is to design the last section or the last container over here, which have this design underneath, making the footer an awesome footer. So we're going to have this particular one also, and this one also. That is exactly what we're going to do. So it's just a 3 column, so we're going to pick this one over here and then pick this particular 2 column widget, and then we will go to it advanced. So we're going to click on advanced over here, unlink the padding, give it a top padding of 80, okay, and then also give it a bottom padding of 80, and then we will duplicate one of the containers to make it a 3 column container. Okay, now of course we want to check the containers, make it full width, and then we're going to reduce the sizes. Okay, so as you can see over here, this is 50%, this is also 50%, and this is also 50%, which that is not exactly what we want. So so what we are going to do is we just want to reduce the size of some of them. So we're going to make this one maybe 30%. We're going to make this one let's say maybe 30 70 is 100, so 30 60 is 90, so let's say 30 50. All right, so let's say 30 50 is 80, and this one will be 20. So let's make this one 20. Okay, so it's gonna be something like this. So over here we're gonna put our our GIF icon over there. So I'm gonna go over here, select this one, and then we're gonna drag in an image over here. So I'm gonna drag in an image widget over here. All right, so let's just drag in an image widget over here. Why is it not working? Okay, so yeah, very good. So this is an image widget, so I'm going to just select the image that I want to use for that particular site. So I'm going to look through and see if I have that particular image over here. If I don't have it, then what I'll do is I'm going to just download it from here. I know I have it in my images, but I don't know exactly where I have placed it. So I'm just going to download it from here. Okay, so I'm just going to put it in my big brain folder over here. All right, so now I'll go to this place and then locate my big brain folder and drag it, the image into, or the GIF file into this site. So I'm going to just locate where my big brain folder is. This is the big brain, and then I'll locate this graduation cap file, and then I'll drag it into this one. All right guys, so now that we have our GIF file over here, we can go ahead, select it, and then click on select over here. So it's going to show over here, as you can see, nicely shown. Now let's look at how it shows over here. So it's a little bit small, so we can just go to the style over here and then reduce the width a little bit. So if we want to reduce the width, we can just do so. So let's make it like a 70 or 75. Okay, so this is quite okay. Now we can go ahead and then come to the next container, which is the one beside it. Come over here. Then what we will do is we just copy this one, which says admission for 2024 in progress, and we can use this particular, oh, okay, so I made a mistake. I clicked on something, and let me just delete this one. Right click it and delete it. All right, so I'm just going to drag in this heading widget over here. Okay, so this is what I need, and then I'm just going to say admission in progress for 2024. Okay, so 2024 admission is in progress, and then I'll come over here and then increase the size a little bit. So let me just make it like a 35. Okay, so this one is quite okay, and then I'll give it a description. So I'm going to go to here and then add in a text widget to it. So I can just copy, duplicate the text just like this one over here, and then over here we're going to add a button. Okay, so let me see the button, if I can copy some from this particular side, if there is any. Yes, so I can copy this particular one, right click on it, click on copy, scroll down, and then right click over here, click on paste. All right, so now I have my button also. This one is enroll now. Okay, so I'm going to go over here, change this one from learn more to enroll now. All right, so now I'm going to link this one to admissions. I'm going to pick this one, and I think everything is quite okay. I'm good to go. So I'm going to click on this one and then give it some kind of like spacing or something like that. So I'm going to click over here, go to it, layout, and then I'm going to put everything in the middle. Okay, center everything in the middle, and then give it like a gap. Okay, so I'm going to give it like a 20. Okay, in the row also be 20. Okay, so yeah, quite okay. And then I'll put this one in the center, something like this. All right, so it's going to be something let's see, something like this. Okay, so of course, if you want to reduce this one, you can still reduce it. Maybe you want it to be in just one line, so you can go ahead and reduce it. But I can go ahead, click over here, then come over here and then change it to 1280. Okay, so that it's going to be something like this. Let me see this one also. Come over here. Yeah, it's still 1280. Okay, so I think it's quite okay. Now all what we need to do is just bring a bottom how do you call it, shape divider at the bottom. Okay, so I'm going to go to style over here, so click on here, this particular, the main container, that is the base container over here, and then go to shape divider, and then we're going to have a bottom shape divider which will say it is mountains. Okay, so with this one we want to change the color to our primary color over here, so it's going to be something sorry, it's going to be something like this one. Okay, so if I click over here, this is how our mountains is going to be like. So we have our shape and everything over here. Now as you can see, this one have a background of white. Okay, so it's not making our shape very nice. So what we can do is we can just give it a bottom padding. Okay, so what we are going to do it, we're going to go over here and then just give it a bottom padding of, let's say, 120 or something. Instead of the 80, we're going to give it like a 120. So we have bottom pattern of 80 over here. So let's say we want to increase it to 120. So now if we go ahead to do it like this way, let's see if it's still going to have effect. So it still have a little bit of effect over here. So we will still go ahead and then just change it. All right, so I'm going to have like maybe 140. Okay, so 140 is quite okay. I'm not sure it's going to be that close to it. So I think everything is quite okay. We can just update it, and then we are good to go. All right, so we have our desktop design, our desktop homepage done. We are done with that one. But in every website, you need to make sure that it is mobile responsive. You have to make sure that your website, it is mobile responsive. Now, as you can see, this is just on the desktop, so we need to turn this website into a mobile responsive website. Okay, that is exactly what we have to do. So to be able to do that, we have to go ahead and then redesign this one, or readjust everything into a mobile and tablet responsive mode, and that is exactly what we are going to do next. All right, guys, so to be able to turn your website into a mobile responsive website, now what we're going to do is we're going to click on this responsive mode button over here. So you see this icon over here? Yeah, that is what we are going to click on. So click on it. When you click on it, on the top over here, you see that these icons will open for you. Okay, so we have these three icons. One is desktop, one is tablet portrait, one is mobile portrait, and then these ones are for zooming in and zooming out. And then this particular ones are also for changing the sizes of the screen. So if you have a special screen that you want to use or optimize your website for to be responsive for that screen, you can just use this particular screen over here. So basically I think that is exactly what we are going to do. So first of all, we're going to click on this portrait mode over here. Now forget about the top. Our focus is on the content the content in it. Okay, so just forget about the top one. Now as you can see over here, this is how it looks like. Okay, so we have this particular ones over here which looks a little not what we really want, but what we're going to do is this one is in the middle, so it's quite okay for us. This one too is in the middle, so it's quite okay. But if it is not like centered like this, you can make sure that you have it the way you want it. So when you click on this particular sign over here, realize that this one is with vertical. Now most of the times maybe yours might be like this. Okay, so if it is like this, you can either choose the vertical column, okay, so that it's going to be like this. Now of course sometimes this one becomes a little bit messy. You don't know how to turn around it. Now if you having a problem with it, it is very simple. You can go ahead, come over here. Okay, just come over here, drag in a container underneath this particular container. Okay, just drag in a container over here. Come, let me just drag in a container below here, or let me just say that maybe I can just click over here and then just click this one also, and then just use this particular container or this container. So I'm going to use this container. Okay, so over here what I'm going to do is I'm going to just drag in another container inside it. So I'm going to come over here and then drag in another container like this inside it. So I want to recreate these two buttons over here. So what I will do is I want to duplicate this particular container. So this container, it is this. So if I duplicate the inner container, okay, let's duplicate it and see how it's going to be like. So it's going to be something like this. Okay, so as you can see, this one and this one, so we're going to have two containers within this one. Of course we can just drag one button here and then drag one button here, or copy and paste one button here, copy and paste one button here. Now that is exactly what we're going to do. So we're just going to copy this one. I'm going to copy this one, and then I will paste it over here, and then I also copy this one. Okay, so I'm going to copy this particular one, copy it, and then I'll also paste it over here. So I'm going to have like this. Now this is what overflowing. Okay, so later on we can hide it. Now what we will do is we're going to click on this particular one, you want to click on this particular one, go to it advanced over here, and then scroll down, and then responsive mode, we'll see what we want to hide it on, maybe tablet, and then even a desktop mode. Okay, so and mobile portrait mode. So if you look at it very well now, even though you can see it over here, don't worry, when you are viewing it in the tablet mode, or when you publish it, you're not going to see it because it is what it is hidden. Okay, so that's exactly what we want. So this one is also hidden. We will hide this particular ones also. So we go over here, and then we scroll down, we go to responsive, and then we can hide this one also. So we can hide these two things, and then we will click on this particular one, go to its layout, scroll down, go to additional over here, and you see overflow over here, we say hidden. Okay, so we want to hide anything which is overflowing. Okay, yeah, so the same thing applies to even let me see, yeah, this one also. So we can go over here, scroll down, go to additional, and then overflow, we say what, hidden. Okay, so that we're not going to see any overflow anywhere. So as you can see, guys, this is how it looks like. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go to this particular place over here, and then go to it settings, style over here. Okay, then we're going to pick the color that we use, copy it. We're going to pick the color that we use. So what we're going to do is we're going to scroll down over here, and then just click on this one. Okay, go to its style also, and then go check on the the classic background. Just enter the color code that we used over here. So I'm going to just enter the color code over here. I'm going to enter this color code over here so that the color code matches with this one's over here. And then what I want to do is I want to just bring this one also like this, so that it's going to be in the middle like this one. Okay, so it's going to be something like this. Now forget about this ones, you're not going to see it when we publish it. Okay, so for you to understand it, let me just update it right now, and then let me go to the website itself. Let me refresh it, and I'm going to right click on it, click on inspect over here. I'm going to click on inspect. All right, so I'm going to change this one from, okay, so I'm going to change it from here to let's say iPad mini. Okay, so with the iPad mini, guys, as you can see, you see that you can see the two buttons over here. You're not seeing the other button. I don't know why it is acting this way, but let me check the breakdown over here. So it's what, the width is 768, and this one is also 768, the same thing. So I don't know why it is acting weird over here. Let me just refresh it again. Sometimes it really happens. Sometimes you don't really understand it, but you realize that it's not really working the way you want it. But then on the mobile side, on the tablet side, it's supposed to what it's supposed to work perfectly. So let me just change this one to iPad Air and see. Okay, guys, so as you can see, this is how it looks like on an iPad Air. Okay, and then iPad Pro also, it shows the normal one, but I think iPad Air is the right one. So this is how it's going to what it's going to show on the iPad Air. Okay, so something like this. Okay, so which is quite okay, which is really okay. So we can go ahead and then just edit it the way we want it. So with this one, what we can do is we don't want to display it on a desktop view. Okay, so we're going to go to it advanced, and then scroll down over here, click on responsive, and then we say hide on desktop. Okay, so we're going to hide this one on desktop. So over here also we can adjust everything. Okay, so we can go ahead and then, you know, just adjust the settings for it. So you can click on this one and then even make it this way if that is what we want. Okay, so making it what nicely. So as you can see, it has been adjusted successfully for me. The same way applies to this one. This one, if you think it's not good for you, you can adjust the you know, the font size and other stuff. Make sure that the font size fits. So let's say we want to adjust to 30, which is quite okay. And then you go over here, you can also adjust the font size over here also to you know, a size that you want. So let's say we want to adjust this one to 16. Okay, and then we can click over here and go to its layout, and then over here instead of 40 we can say maybe 20. Okay, so we give a layout of 20, and then we can give an all-round padding. Okay, so you can go over here and give it, come over here, so we give it, you know, a top padding of 50, and then the side and side 20. So we can, you know, publish it if we think it's okay. So as you can see, this place too looks okay, it looks fine, and then this place also looks a little bit messy. Okay, so we can adjust you know, this side if that is what we want. So let me just, you know, adjust it and see how it will look like. Let me see. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to click on navigator over here. Then let me see where this one is. So we have these two containers over here. Okay, which full width. Okay, so we're gonna give it like 100%. Okay, so the full width is what, 100%. And then we have this container also, which we're going to change it to full width, and then we change it to let's say 50%. So I'm going to say 50. Okay, and then we go to this container also, and also change it to full width over here, and then with this one also we say 50. Okay, so if this is not working for the 50, let's say 40, and this one also 40. I just want to see if it works. If not, then I have to create or recreate, you know, a different thing for it. So if this one is not working the way I want it, so as you can see, it's not really working the way I want it, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to click over here, and then go to this place, change it to the vertical column over here like this. Okay, and then I'm going to bring you know, I'm going to hide this particular button over here. So I'm going to go over here and then hide this container, so this whole container will be hidden. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just come over here, click on this particular one, click this one also, and then let me say just give a double container over here. Okay, so this one and this one, and then what I will do is I'm just going to copy this one, then paste over here. Okay, all right, so with this one I'm going to give it you know, a background overlay. So I'm going to go over here and give it a background overlay. So I'm going to give a background overlay for it, background overlay of classic. I'm going to go over here, give this particular primary color over here, and then the opacity I'm going to make it this. Okay, so it's going to be like this, and then I'll go to this place also. Now I'm going to just right click on this one and copy, come over here and paste. All right, so it's going to be something like this. Okay, so I think I'm okay with it. So what I will do is I'll just go to let's say this particular container, go to the top over here, click on the main container. Okay, click over here, go to it, advanced, and then go over here and then go to responsive over here. And I'm going to say hide on portrait, and then maybe hide on mobile also. Okay, so that it's not going to show on the portrait and then on the mobile. So forget about this one, it's not going to show, just like the other one that when you see it show, it's hidden over here. Okay, so I think this one is also quite okay for me. Now this one is also okay. Now I can also come over here, and then as you see this one also, we can also adjust this particular ones. Okay, so I don't know why they all keep turning this way, but it's not supposed to be like that. So let's click on this particular one and then make it this way. Okay, so it's gonna be something like this. Okay, and with this one, what we can do is let me just push this one to this side. What we can do is we can click over here, go to the star, and then give it a maximum width over here, so that we're gonna have something like this. Now with this adjustment over here, if it's not working, don't worry, we can still fix it the way we fixed the other ones. Okay, so what I know is normally when you click on this particular one, okay, it is box. So if I change it to full width over here, it's supposed to work. Okay, so let me just make it the full width, and this one I can change it. See, this one is full width, which is 30 30, and if you look at this one also, let me see the container that we are dealing with. Okay, so this particular container also, it is also what, box. So if I change it to full width, it's supposed to what, it's supposed to work. So let's say if I give it to 50%, it's supposed to share this same box over here. So let's go back to this one and change it to full width and see, and make it like, let's say 100%. The percentage should be 100. All right, so if this one is 100%, then if you go over here and this one, let me change this one to percentage. Okay, so if this one is, let's say 40%, even if it is 40%, okay, so let's say 40, and this one is 50%, it's supposed to shift to this side. So I don't know why it is behaving that way, and I don't really understand it, but the only way I can tell you guys is for you to create a new container. Okay, so you can decide to create a new container. So as you can see, I can go over here and then drag in a new container. Let me see, new container underneath this particular one. Okay, if I drag in a new container over here, I can go to this side also, and then let me just drag in this container into this one, and then let me duplicate this container. Okay, so before I even do that, let me just go over here to the main container, make it like this, and come over here and duplicate this particular container. So it's gonna be something like this. Now I can just copy this one, okay, then paste it over here, and then I can also copy the one which is also what overflowing over here, and just copy it and paste it over here. So I'm gonna have the same thing I want to do over here, which is not working. I'm gonna have it over here, so I can go over here and then hide that particular container, which is I'll hide it from both desktop. Okay, I'll hide it from desktop, so that is it. And then I'll hide it from tablet mode, and then mobile mode, and then I also hide this particular one from desktop. So I'm going to go to this place and then scroll, go to responsive and hide it on desktop. So I'm done with this one, and then I can go ahead and then manipulate this one if I want to. Okay, so if you think it's okay for you, then you are good to go. If it's not okay for you and you want to adjust it, of course you can go ahead and then adjust it. So you can go to here and then change it to this side. So it's going to be something like this. Okay, something like this, which is quite okay. So let's go to the mobile responsive mode and then make sure that everything that we did is also mobile responsive. Okay, so you're going to come over here and then the first section, which is the first container, we have to adjust the the height a little bit. Okay, so I'm gonna adjust the height a little bit. Even go to install and then adjust the shape divider also. So bottom, and then the height, we're gonna reduce it a little bit. Okay, so let's reduce the height a little bit. So we're gonna have something like this. Okay, so this is what's quite okay. And with this one also, we'll go to install, reduce the size. Okay, go to install, reduce the size over here. So let's just reduce the size. So I think this is quite okay. We can go to line height, then 1.4 will be quite okay. Yeah, so this is quite okay. This is also okay. And then with this ones, what we're going to do is we're just going to make sure that they're all in the middle. Okay, so they're all in the middle. Okay, so it's gonna be something like this. Okay, so which is quite okay. And then also with this one, we can also do some adjustment over here. So I'm gonna do adjustment with this one also. So we're gonna change the size to maybe 25 or 22 or something. So 24 is quite okay, and this one is 1.5. So this one is also okay. This one is quite okay. This one is okay, and we leave this one as it is over here. So the same way, this one also, we're going to change it to 24, and then 1.5. And I think everything is quite okay over here. So everything is mobile responsive. Yeah, this one also, everything is quite okay. This one also, we're going to reduce this size a little bit. So we come over here and we can go to a style, go to it, typography, change it to maybe 22 or 26, depending on how you want it. This one will be 1.5. All right, so if everything is fine, we are good to go. So with this one also, we can adjust it, let it be in the middle, change the size of it. Instead of 35, we can make it like 28 or 29 or maybe 30. So let's say 30 over here, and everything is quite okay. You can either increase or decrease the size over here, and everything is perfectly well adjusted to the mobile screen the way you want it. So guys, as you can see, we can go ahead and update it. Now if you come over here, sometimes it takes a little while for it to adjust itself. Okay, so if you don't see it instantly over here, just relax, let it do its work. Okay, it will adjust as time goes on. Sometimes that is how it behaves. So let's go to, let's say, iPhone 12 Pro. Okay, so as you can see, everything is working perfectly. Everything is showing perfectly on the mobile side. Okay, so this is how it looks like on the mobile side. Everything is adjusted the way we want it. All right guys, so since we have done our mobile side perfectly well the way we want it, now we can go ahead let me see if there is any glitch. Let me just refresh this one. So sometimes we need to hide something we are not hiding. So if there is any glitch, we can be able to see it over here on the desktop view. So maybe we need to hide something on the desktop view we didn't hide. So let's go ahead and see it over here. So okay, so everything is quite okay. All right, so as I told you over here, as you can see, this one is supposed to be hidden, is not hidden. So okay, all right, so I mean it is only this one that is supposed to be hidden. Okay, so let's go back over here and then go to the desktop view over here. Okay, so I'm going to close this one and then let me go to the top, and this is what I'm talking about. So I'm going to go click over here, go to it, advanced, go to it, responsive mode, and then I'll say what we're going to hide it on desktop. Okay, so it's hidden on desktop. All right, so we can just publish it. And when we publish it, let's go back to the website and refresh it. All right, so now it is gone. Okay, everything is gone. So we are done with our homepage, completely done with our homepage. That is, every website homepage is the one which is really important. Okay, because that is where everybody lands whenever they come to your website. That is your landing page. Okay, so it is very, very important. So this is how you are able to create a homepage for a preschool or a kindergarten website. Okay, so we're gonna go to the next one. All right, guys, so now that we have our homepage done, now the next page that we have to focus on is the about us page. So you have to focus on all these pages, okay, or create all these pages. Now what I'm going to do is I'm not going to create the page for you, but I'm going to show you how you can get that particular page for free if you really need it. So since I've shown you how you can be able to create your homepage, at least you can use that knowledge to create your about us page. So this is how the about us page look like. Okay, so I'm going to click on edit page over here, and then I'm going to import a template over here. So as you can see, this is how the page looks like. Now I'm going to change the template from here to Elementor full width. So I'm going to change this one to full width over here, as you can see over here, and then I'm going to click on update. All right, so now that it is updated, I'm going to go ahead and click on edit with Elementor. All right, guys, so I have the page already. From I will show you how to import the page on this website. So basically, I'm not going to create it. If you need it, if you can't create it yourself, then I have a page already. You can get that page. I'll leave a link in the description for you, and when you open it, you're gonna have all these pages over there. So we have the about, the admission, the contact, the events, facilities, gallery, and then the whole website itself. Okay, over here. Now all this one you can import them one after the other. Now this is how you're going to import it. So if you go over here and you click on this particular icon which says add template, click on it. Now go to my template over here. Okay, you realize that you don't have any template over here, so you click on this one which says what, import template. So click on this icon, click on select file over here, or you can drag a JSON file over here. Now I have the big brain file over here, and these are the images and these are the templates. I'll leave a link in the description for you guys to go ahead and then go and download it. Now when you open the template, you have all the pages with the whole template itself, the full website itself, to be able to import onto your website. But all the single pages with the exception of the home page. Okay, so with the about page, just select the page and then click on open. Now I will tell you that uploading JSON files from unknown sources can be harmful and put your website at risk. For maximum safety, only install JSON files from trusted source. Of course, I am a trusted source, so just click over here and then click on continue. I will tell you that you have to enable and import. Okay, so meaning that unfiltered file upload. So this, because it's a JSON file, it is an unfiltered file upload. So just enable it and then import. So it will what? It will enable and import the whole template for you. So just hold on for a while, and then the page will be imported for you. So as you can see, this is the about us page over here, and then it is created by me over here. And then if you need it, you just click on insert. So you can click on insert over here, and then it says the page will override your design, blah blah blah. Just click on apply over here. All right, guys, so our page has been imported successfully. As you can see over here, this is how it looks like. Okay, it looks perfectly just like the one that we want to create. So since the page is imported, you realize that we have this one over here which says what about us. Now we don't want it, so go over here to settings over here, and then let's see, it says hide page title. Okay, so we're gonna hide the page title over here, and as you can see, the page title is gone. Just click on update over here, and then you'll be able to have your website done. So we have the about page done. Let's take a look at it, how it looks like. All right, so our about us page is done over here, and it is mobile responsive. Okay, now everything over here is mobile responsive. So let's take a look at it and inspect. Just hold on a second for it to load. Okay, don't worry about this one. Sometimes it's loading becomes slow, but then everything is mobile responsive. Don't worry about it. Everything is mobile responsive, as you can see over here. If you don't see it well, do not worry too much. It is mobile responsive. You can use your phone to check it. Let me just use a different side, or even refresh it. So as you can see, the internet is full in, but then it will come back. So as you can see, like I told you, it is what mobile responsive over here. So everything is what perfectly done for you. You don't need to worry at all. You don't need to be worried at all. Everything is done for you. So we have our about page, done, and we are good to go. So you can do so for all the pages, the admissions, the facilities, and other stuff. Okay, now the only thing I want to talk about is the admissions. Now you realize that when you go to back up the end, we installed a new plugin over here which is called the ApplyOnline. Okay, so with that one we have to do the settings of that particular plugin so that we can be able to get the table or the form for us to apply online. So you can go straight ahead and see that this particular one which is apply online, when you check applications, realize that there are no applications over there. Okay, meaning that we don't really have things, forms for people to apply, for them to be even for us to receive any applications over here. So what we have to do is go to settings over here. Make sure that you check in the settings. Okay, so check all the settings and make sure that everything is correct for you. So the success email and other stuff, the success email subject is success email message. Okay, so when somebody apply for the admission, family apply for admission, what are they going to email, are they going to get? Okay, automatic email they are going to get, and all those things. If you want to close application, if application are closed, what message will people get on that particular form? Okay, and then if you have a special thank you page also, you can set it over here. So basically you check in all the settings for it, and then if everything is done, you can go to your template and then add all those kind of stuff, add the template and other things that you want to use. Your applications, okay, enable pending and all those things, your filters also, and then the types, and then how to's, then extend if you want to extend the thing. So if you go to template over here, this is where you'll be able to add all the things that you want to add. Okay, and that is it. So I'm going to show you how you can be able to do all those things, and that you'll be able to use it to integrate into the page builder or the Elementor page builder that we are using. All right, guys, so to be able to add any application, okay, what we need to do, or to add any form so that people can be able to apply for their, parents can be able to apply for their awards or their kids, okay, what we need to go is what? Go to all ads over here. Now hover on all ads over here and then click on ads. Now when you come over, you realize that we don't have any ad over here, okay, so what we see, it says create ad, okay, so we're going to click on create ad over here, and then over here we will add what our application for 2020 for admissions or whatever it is. So I'm going to say maybe 2024 admissions, okay, and then over here I'm going to just paste in this one over here which says admissions for 2024 in progress, this particular one over here. And then below over here, this is where we're going to add our our form, okay. So if you have a template that is the default one that we that you created over there, you can import it over here, but if you don't have, then you can of course add the template over here. So you can add it one by one. So if you look at this admission over here, the first one is what name of student, we have age, we have sex, okay. So that is exactly what we're going to do. So we're going to go over here, and then we're going to just use this widget over here to be able to build our form, okay. So we're going to go to the text field over here which says what name, we're going to unique name, we're going to say what name, and then the label will be what name of student, okay. So basically these are the the important ones that you have to think of it, but of course if you want to use a placeholder, you can be able to use it over there. So you can, if it is required, you take over here which is required, so you can what click on add over here, and then we bring another one also which is what if you look over here, it says what age, okay. So we're gonna go over here, and then the same thing also we're gonna say age, and then label will also be what age, and then it is required, so we choose over there. And then this one also, the next one is what, the next one is sex, okay. Now the sex, if you see it over here, it's what it is a radar thing, okay. So we're gonna what radio thing, we're gonna just either take this one or this one, okay. So it is not a checkbox, it's a radio, so radio box over here. So we're gonna use this one, and then we'll say what sex over here, and then the label will be sex, and then we'll put in the options in it. So it's going to be male and then female, just like this. So make sure that use comma to separate it, okay. And then we're going to click on this one, and then of course you can, since they are just they're just kids, you can use girl or boy, okay. And then we have this one which says what address of student. So I'm going to just use this one and go ahead and say address of student. Now if you look over here, this is how it looks like. So it is using a text the text area. So we're going to use this particular one over here, and then just type in address over here, and then we'll say address of student. And then if you have a help text or a placeholder also, we're going to please provide the address of the student over here, and then we'll click on what add over here. Now we also have another one which is what preferred class, okay. So the preferred class of the child, so you see that we have baby class, crèche, lower nursery, upper nursery, kg, kg1, kg2, okay. So we will use the radial thing over here, and then we will say what class, okay, for the unique name, and then we're gonna put in this one which says preferred class, and then over here we'll use this one which says baby class and all those, and use comma to separate it, okay. And then you click on add over here. Now let's go to mother's name, father's name, mobiles number, parents mobile number, parents email, parents email. So all those things we're going to add them to it. So we say mother's name, okay. So mother, or let's say father, okay. So let me just say father, and then I'll say father's name, okay. So father Yeah, so I'm just gonna say name of father. Okay, since I don't want that thing to come, name of father. All right, so I'm gonna just add this one, and then the next one also we say what, mother. Okay, the neighbor will be what, name of mother. Mother. Okay, I'm gonna just use this one, and then this one says what, parents mobile number, parents email address. So this one will also be what, mobile number or telephone. Okay, mobile number, number of parent. Okay, so I'm going to just add over here, and then another one also is email. Okay, so I'm just going to say email, and then that one will also be what, email of parent, and then I'm going to just use this one. So I think that is all. And then if everything is done now, you can go ahead, and then if you want to choose locations for the school, okay, you can be able to choose it over here, or you can even add locations over here. But I'm not really concerned about it because on my website the location is there already. Now what I'm concerned about is the featured image over here. So I'm going to just use featured image over here, and then I'm going to just look through this particular one over here is what I'm going to use. And I'm going to just click on set featured image, and then also if you want to add more fields, you can do so. Add more fields, maybe you want to upload a child's photo, all those kind of stuff, you can do so. And then after that we can just click on publish over here to publish it. All right, so we have published our our form. Okay, so our advert for people to apply online. So when we click on all ads over here, you realize that we're going to see our ad over here. Okay, we see our ad over here, and then if you want to use maybe the shortcode to build our form or to create our page, now of course we can be able to do so. So we can click on it to edit it, and then go down. Okay, so let's see where we get the shortcode. Okay, so as you can see, this is a shortcode. So you can be able to copy, add shortcode, form shortcode. Okay, so if you want the add shortcode, you copy it. You want the form shortcode, you also copy it, depending on which one that you want. Okay, so anyone you can be, and then if it will expire, make sure that the date that it will expire and other things, you enter it over here. Okay, so it can be expired, or it can be when the form. All right, so you can enter your expiration date, okay, and time over here. If it will expire, you choose the date and time, and then you choose the time also over here. Okay, so if you want to choose the time, you can also choose it over here. And then when expires, hide form only, hide ad completely. So it will be done over here. So let's just copy the short code. Okay, this particular short code over here, we're gonna copy it. So add short code and then form short code, which is which. So let's say we want to just copy the add short code. Now remember that the add short code over here should be equal to the form ID, okay, or the ad ID. Okay, so if you look at it over here, the ID, the post ID is the 180. Look at the top over here. Now post equal to 180 and action edit. So this is what the post ID over here. So we can copy this post ID over here, copy it, and then come over here and then paste it over here. Okay, or let's just copy this one and then go to where we want to create our form. So let's go over here, and then let's go to admissions over here, and then realize that we can be able to create the form and add the so I'm going to go to edit, and then I'm going to change this one from default to Elementor full width over here. I'm going to just click on update, and then I'll click on edit with Elementor. I want you guys to note what we are doing over here. So I just want to create the form over here. Okay, so I want to add the form or the ad to the page. Okay, so that we are going to have something like this. Okay, something like this. Okay, so something like this. That is exactly what we want. So let's hope and see if everything goes on correctly. But then of course, I've also created the template for you. If you need that particular template, you can be able to go ahead and then just use that template to import it on your website, and then just create the ad and insert it in it. That is all. All right, guys, so this is how it's going to be like. So what we're going to do is we're going to create, I just want to show you how you can be able to do it yourself. So we're going to create a container over here, and then inside the container we're going to add a short code. Okay, so just add a short code over here, drag in the short code over here. Okay, and then insert the short code that you copied from this place. Okay, so this one, just copy this one, come over here, then insert it to it, and then like I told you, the form ID is what, 180. Okay, so the form ID, which is 180. So as you can see, this is the whole thing that will show over here. Okay, so exactly like what we have over here. Okay, but just that this one I have customized it. I have done a whole lot of things with it. Okay, so that is why. So you can also do same, customize and do all these things with it. Okay, but I'm going to close this one, and then I'm going to close this one. I'm going to just import the template over here. So I'm going to come over here and say import template. I'm going to go to my template over here, and then with my template, I have only one template. I'm going to click on this one which says import template, and then I'm going to drag in the admission template over here. So as you can see, I can just drag and drop over here, and then I have the admission template. Now I can click on insert, click on apply, and then automatically it will apply the template to be imported for me. Okay, so the template is importing. Let's wait for it to finish its process and everything, and then we'll be good to go. All right, so as you can see over here, the template has been imported. Okay, now the reason why you cannot really see the form over here is that the form ID over here is not the correct one. As you can see, we just changed the form ID to 180, and the form will be displayed for us. So this is it. So as you can see, everything is what is working perfectly. Now we can click on update, and then we are good to go. All right, so now we have the the admissions also done. You can do so for all the rest. Like I told you, I have all the templates down over here in the description. If you don't want to edit it, of course you can be able, you don't want to create it yourself, you can be able to just insert this or import this template into your website, and then you do it yourself. Okay, so we want to remove this thing over here, so we will go to this settings icon over here, scroll to the top, and then over here it says hide title. We're going to click over here and then update it. All right, so now that we are done, I think this is how you can be able to create a preschool website for yourself. Okay, so you can go ahead and then copy all the templates that you want. All right, guys, so I'm going to end the video over here because I know you guys have understood everything and how you can be able to create a preschool website for yourself or your clients. Now with all the other pages left, I know you guys will be able to create them, because with the idea that I've given you and the free template that I've also given you, you can just import them and then create it yourself. Now you can also create the contact page by watching all the other videos that I have on the website, or you can just import your the contact page that I've given you, and then just create a contact page for yourself. I hope this video helps you to be able to create a preschool website for your client or for yourself. Thank you for watching. Please don't forget to like and subscribe to this video. Subscribe to this channel, sorry. Don't forget to like this video, and also don't forget to subscribe to the channel. We are growing together. We are almost there. I want us to get to 10,000 subscribers before the year end. Okay, so this is a kind of my bonus for you guys. Make sure that you like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you guys, and see you in the next video. Bye bye.